vegetarian meals. Well, I want to see this. It looks good. Anyway, let me open up kitchen. All right, there we go. Yeah, I know. It's been forever. I know. But wait. Well, let me tell you something. Tofu, I was just like, you know what? For the longest time, because Justin really likes tofu, right? I try it, and I'm like, I wasn't expecting it to be so squishy. It tastes fine, right? But I wasn't expecting it to have a texture like that. You'll like roast it, you'll like pan sear it and everything, and the outside will be really crispy, but then the inside will still be like fairly soft. And I always thought that was so weird because it's just like, whenever I want to put like savory stuff in it, right? Which is, it's really good for savory. I'm like, savory plus squishy? Like, how's that working out? But it actually tastes really nice. Did I wish Kabe a happy birthday? No, but happy birthday, Kabe. Oh my goodness. Oh, my bad. Ooh. Tomato paste. Plant parmesan and plant butter. More rosemary. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay. A little salt. What region am I exploring? Inazuma today. Rosemary. Wait, bay leaf? Wait, hold on. Bay leaf, basil, oregano, smoked paprika, thyme, garlic, powder, salt, rosemary, chili powder. Okay. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Where are we roasting the seasonings? Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Hold on, let him cook. Okay, right. Okay. It blooms the spices and makes them more flavorful. Okay. We got lemon juice. Okay. It's looking good. Wait. Hang on, wait. See, you usually do this with pork. That looks so good. Hello? That looks amazing. I'd love to try that. Okay, that would be something. Oh, that would be something that would kind of ooh, it's making me salivate too. That would be something that would be really good with the texture. Oh, that. Oh, and it's slipping it all out. Oh yeah, that's good. With some rice, yeah. Okay, we're off to a good start. Okay, not bad. Wait.
I shaped my tofu one time into those oval chicken breast looking things, and the kids had no idea what to do with themselves. It's funny because I never put, you know, 2 and 2 together. Kids love dino shape this or favorite character shape that. Actually, as an adult, I kind of like, you know, cool shaped things too. You see, my kids, they went from eating meat to not eating meat. So there wasn't no connection for, you know, any need for the transition for them. So simply shaping things into items that they remember, like, they're so happy. Somewhat off topic, but not really. Either way, for parents, if you have kids that are not so adventurous with food, I know I was one of them, possibly just shaping your food into items that, you know, resemble something they remember will make the difference. Today we're making the famous Mary Me sauce, but with tofu. The typical way of making this dish involves actually using an oven. Due to outdoor temperatures, we're actually going to completely change this up and make it one pot. To get started, we're going to season our tofu cutlets. If you haven't been here before, welcome. We are all about flavor. I mean, even the seasoning gets seasoning on this channel. Now, of course, you could choose to use another source of plant protein, such as chickpeas or seitan.
Stop, I need help. How do I open this? Wait. Just kidding, I know how to open it.
Mushrooms, or even, you know, a store-bought plant chicken substitute. Although, if you're choosing tofu, let's make sure you have it pressed and completely dry. This way the spice rub will not only adhere to the surface, but also penetrate. Something I didn't do here, but I thought of after the fact, is you could do a, you know, cross hatching on the tofu, and that will help the flavors get in there even more. Once we get our seasonings together, everything nice and mixed up, add it onto the tofu and use your hands to move it around from edge to edge. At this point, the tofu is gonna go into the resting stage, which is pretty much just.
Wait, are you just talking about the recipe you just did? Coconut cream? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I got it. Okay, then I got it. Okay, I got it. There was another video that I was looking at earlier that was like this chicken video. Hold on. Chicken breast. Where is it at? Where the hell was it? Here, I'm looking at this.
I'm Frank Proto, a professional chef and culinary instructor, and today I'm going to show you how to make a perfectly juicy chicken breast.
Okay.
Frank style. We're talking succulent, delicious chicken breast, not that dry, stringy stuff that your grandma serves. This is Chicken Breast 101.
Don't call out Justin's grandma,
Chicken
okay?
breast doesn't need to be dry and stringy. With a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of technique, it can be juicy and delicious every single time. In front of me, I have 2 different chicken breasts. One is a little smaller, one is a little larger. I try and go for the smaller ones. I feel like they're more tender, they have a better texture. This chicken breast I'm gonna leave alone. This chicken breast needs a little work before we can put it in the pan. I'm gonna take this chicken breast and I'm just gonna get my chef knife, put a flat hand on top, and kind of cut it right down the center. You'll notice that when I put my hand on top, my thumb is kind of pointed up, my fingers are pointed up. I'm just putting light pressure down. That light pressure will make it easier to cut. And now we basically have 2 chicken breasts from the one. I feel like this is a better size to cook. If it's too thick, it takes a little longer. You get dry ends and the center is usually a little pink. So this way, it's gonna cook much more evenly. Some people will tell you, pound this out with a meat mallet. I don't really like to do that because I want my chicken breast to be nice and brown. And if I pound it out and then saute it, it's gonna be way overcooked by the time it's ready to eat. When it comes to seasoning chicken breasts, I'm a minimalist, salt and pepper only. Spice rubs tend to burn when you saute them. When you're sauteing a chicken breast, you wanna make sure that before you put it in the pan, you get a paper towel and pat it dry. That extra moisture will stop our chicken from browning. So get all that excess moisture off before you put it in the pan. When I season, I use kosher salt and fresh cracked black pepper. Whenever you season, you want to start really high. If I was to season like this, you get little spots of salt. If you season high, you get a nice even distribution of salt. Pepper, go a little bit on a fine grind with this, and then we can turn it over and season the other side. You want to season both sides. Chicken seasoned, ready to go, let's cook.
All right, that's not that
I have a
much.
stainless steel saute pan in front of me. I like these because they're a bit of a thicker gauge. They're heavy bottom stainless steel saute pan. If you have a thin saute pan, what happens is you get burnt spots and undercooked spots. I like to use cast iron for a lot of things like this, but when I'm doing a pan sauce, I don't like cast iron. Because believe it or not, it gets a little of that flavor from the pan. That's why I use stainless steel. There is no flavor transfer from the pan to the sauce. When sauteing, you want...
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, we just had this conversation yesterday about stainless steel and Teflon. Like, Teflon, like honestly, at this point, if it sticks, it sticks. I don't know what it is about Teflon. I like it, but I just feel like about those little bits of Teflon getting your food with, like, when you scrape, right? I mean, of course you were not gonna scrape with metal. You scrape with, like, plastic or wood or something, but I don't know. Something about Teflon just kind of irks me. And so, like, even if it means that, like, my pans are gonna stick a little bit more often because it's stainless steel, at least it's stainless steel, you know? Like,
at high temperature for a shorter amount of time. You see I put salt on this chicken breast? Salt draws out moisture. So, before we go in the pan, again, you want to dab this to make sure they're not wet. This way we ensure proper browning. My pan's getting hot. I like to use a neutral, high smoke point oil. We're just using a vegetable oil here. I don't use fancy oils for this because once they go in the pan, all the flavor disappears. And you can see right away, it looks like waves, it looks kind of shimmery, and that's what I want. If there's a little bit of smoke, that's a good thing. I'm gonna dab off my chicken breasts, and then when I drop them in the pan, I'm dropping away from myself. If I drop it towards myself, I'm getting splashed with oil.
is that how people do this? I'm so dumb. Like, is that what it is? Because I'm just like, get that shit away from me. I get some tongs. And I just like, with like a oven mitt on. I was like, get it away from me. I can't. Okay, I see how. All right, gotcha.
If I drop it away from myself, I am not getting splashed with oil. So lower my heat down a little. Don't be afraid to adjust your heat if you have to. Right now, I feel like I have the right amount of heat. I took a quick peek underneath to see that I was browning. My chicken wasn't sticking. But for the most part, at this point, you want to just leave it alone. Let the saute pan do its work.
Okay.
Don't mess around. Don't move it around too much. You can check occasionally to see how you're doing, right? We're getting some nice browning in there. Don't mess around with it too much. Leave it alone. I have a little bit of a dry spot here because the pan is a little bowed in the middle, so the oil kind of went to the edges. So you'll notice that I always want my chicken breast to be sitting in the oil.
Okay.
What this does is I don't have high spots and low spots. My chicken cooks nice and even on the surface. What I'm looking for here is that we have a nice golden brown on that side. Look at that, that's beautiful. And then what I'm doing is I'm poking. My chicken breast, I know that it's raw, but as I poke onto it, it's super soft. And as it cooks to the right temperature, it's gonna go from super soft and kind of spongy to being really bouncy. And that's what I'm looking for, the texture of it, right? I don't want it to be soft and spongy. I want it to kind of bounce back really nice. You'll notice that I only have 2 breasts in here. I have a third, but I think that if I put too many in the pan, it's gonna overcrowd the pan. What happens basically is it starts to steam. Steam is moisture, and then your chicken breast does not get brown. So don't overcrowd your pan. I feel like this chicken breast is ready to go. If you touch it, it's got some nice bounciness to it. I'm gonna take it out and put it onto my wrestling rack. This piece is a little thicker, it needs a little more time. You notice that I use my fingers because I have chef hands. You can always just push down with tongs to see how your bounciness is. Most people say that chicken breast needs to be cooked about 165 in order for it to be fully cooked. I find if chicken breast gets cooked to 165, it's dry.
Okay, wait, what is going on? Wait, what does this take?
I tend to go about 150, 155 because they will continue to cook when you put them over here.
I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, professional chef. Okay. Here's the thing, right? Professional chef, right? Meaning they get employed off of serving food, right? If they don't serve food, then they don't have a mortgage and they can't pay the bills. So clearly, you know, they know what they're talking about to some capacity. But I thought you did 165 degrees, so that, because that was just like the internal temperature that you needed to do for chicken in order for it to be safe. I mean, I agree. 155 is, you know, it's fine. I you know, sure, but I'm like, okay.
It's called carryover cooking.
Yeah,
If you're
whatever.
really unsure about when to take it off, you can always use a thermometer. I kind of go by touch and feel. Even if it's a little pink or a little underdone, we can always reheat it before we put the sauce on. Right now.
Oh yeah, there's that too. Okay. He's gonna do more with it afterwards. Okay. We're back in the clear.
I'm gonna take this out and let it rest. I put my chicken on the resting rack so the meat can kind of equalize. The juices can redistribute and we'll have a nice juicy chicken breast. So you can see my chicken breast is nice and brown. It's got some nice caramelization and that equals flavor. I have some of my juices running off. I can always reclaim those if I want. Part of the reason why chicken breast is so easy to mess up is because it's a super lean cut of meat. There's little to no fat on it. Unless you keep the skin, it's gonna be a dry piece of meat. So cooking it properly is where it's at.
Okay, the pan sauce.
For our chicken breast today, we're gonna do a super simple pan sauce that anyone can make. You don't need to be a culinary genius to get this right. If you're sauteing chicken breast, a pan sauce is your friend. In restaurants, pan sauces don't really get made because they take a lot of time. But this is a great technique for the home cook. The star of the show here is that fond, and that is really necessary for a good pan sauce. A fond is all the caramelized juices in the bottom of the pan. It's super flavorful, it's gonna give color to your sauce, and it's just gonna make it taste great. So my pan is getting hot. I'm gonna put just a little bit of fresh oil, not a lot. So I have about a couple of shallots here diced nice and fine. So you'll notice that I cook my shallots a little before I add my garlic. I have a couple of cloves of garlic there. Pan's a little dry, so I'm just gonna add a little more oil because I want these to sizzle and get nice and caramelized and brown. So now my garlic and shallots are nice and brown. I'm gonna add chicken stock. It stops the cooking of my shallots and garlic, and that's gonna be the main flavor base. We're gonna reduce this down. Reduction is a really great way to get flavor. Chicken stock by itself isn't super flavorful, but if you reduce it, you get a really nice chicken flavor.
Okay.
It's probably gonna take about 7 to 8 minutes to reduce. You gotta be patient here. Take your time. I turn my heat up a little because I want this to come to a simmer really quickly. Any chicken juices that you have should be put in there. Not oil, but the juice. That juice comes out of the chicken while it rests. That should be put in your sauce. Do not waste that. So we're gonna let this come to a simmer. You'll see that it's starting to come to a boil. If you look at my bubbles here, my bubbles are really small and fine. As you reduce things like chicken stock, you'll notice that it starts to get a little thicker and the bubbles get a little bit bigger. And that'll tell you your sauce is getting to the right consistency. Just watch the bubbles. At this point, I'm gonna add just a pinch of salt. I'm not gonna go crazy with the salt because we're reducing this. If you season this all the way right now and then you reduce it, it's gonna be way too salty.
Okay.
A little salt, a little pepper, and then we'll readjust later on when the sauce is close to being done. The sauce is reduced by half, I add my butter. And that's what I want. I want the butter to incorporate into the sauce. At this point, I'm making sure that I got everything off the bottom of the pan, and I'm just gonna mix it up. So you can actually see my bubbles on the side getting bigger, my sauce is getting thicker. The butter emulsifies into the sauce and makes it creamy and delicious. The classic French term for this is monter au beurre, or to mount with butter. I'm going to adjust and lower my heat and let this go a little slower. So you can see my sauce is starting to get thick.
Fiance, I think you're about to get gagged, like low-key. It's starting to look good. I don't know. I think you're starting to get cooked. I don't know.
Looking for that
it's looking good.
Consistency. If I put my spoon in there,
I don't know.
I run my finger through, you can still see that it's a little liquidy. It's not really sticking to my spoon, but I want this to kind of stick to my spoon and get a little thick, right? So you can see we have considerably less liquid than we did earlier. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn my heat on super low. I'm gonna hit it with some lemon juice. One thing that I like to do is take the cut side and put it on my hand. And when I squeeze towards my hand so that the seeds get trapped in between my hand and the lemon half. I like to add the lemon juice at the end because I want it to be fresh and bright. I don't want really cooked lemon juice flavors. Just a little more seasoning, salt and pepper. And swirl that around. So the sauce is ready, and this is what I'm looking for. There's a lot less liquid in this pan, right? The sauce looks creamy. It's thick. I coat the back of my spoon. I run my finger through. There's a very sharp line, and you can see on either side, the sauce is stuck to my spoon. And what you can do now is add some parsley. Parsley has a really nice, bright, fresh flavor to it.
Okay.
I like to add it right at the end. Most people add parsley just for color. I love the flavor, but look at that. See how much sauce we have? It's not a lot, but it's nice and thick.
Okay, hold
and a
on,
nice,
wait.
creamy consistency. And that's our pan sauce. The pan sauce is done, the chicken is rested, it is time to plate. Now I like to slice my chicken breast just to give it a little more visual appeal so we can see the inside of it. One thing that I always focus on here is this end piece. No matter what I do, this end piece is gonna be a little dry. So what I like to do is cut that, chef snack. Now with our chicken breast, I wanna slice on a nice long angle. You can see inside, it's not dry, it's still got some bounce to it, it's juicy and delicious. Not overcooked. I like to put the pan sauce on the bottom of the plate because if you take that pan sauce and put it on top, you're kind of hiding that nice browning that you did. Not only that, it's kind of crispy and you're gonna take away that crispiness. That's a chicken breast I wanna eat. Time to taste, let's get in there. You can see that it's nice and soft and tender. It is not dry and stringy. Whenever I
That
eat a
looks
chicken breast like
good.
this,
Wait, no. You're not gonna tell. Oh, listen. Listen. It looks good. It looks good. Okay, like it looks good. It's good. Listen. Okay. Just take the recipe and cook it for like 5 seconds longer. What's wrong? What's wrong with it? What? Do you think he went to the hospital after this? What? A B? Okay, fine. Okay. We'll take a B. Yeah. It doesn't look too bad. Now I would add a little bit of garlic. I would add a little garlic, but okay. But that's the thing. Okay, the chicken doesn't need to be over seasoned because that's what the sauce is for. Okay, it'd be different if it was just the chicken by itself, but that was the whole point of the sauce. The point of the sauce was for that to be the flavor base, and the chicken gets flavor by that. So I get it. Like I see the vision. I mean, I see it. But a little bit of garlic. Yeah, I put a little garlic. Maybe a little onion too. Okay. That dude can cook. I do like his videos a little bit. They're not too bad. Yeah, they're not too bad actually.
What's up, dude?
Oh wait, there was a video that I watched that I wanted to see earlier. Can't cook. Here it is. Internet
My
Shaquille.
wife has this joke she does where she adds food to the pan and then with her mouth goes, because she knows if I'm over her shoulder, I'm going to criticize her for not preheating the pan enough to make an audible sizzle. Paying attention to moments like this reminds me of this Gaming for a Non-Gamer video in which Rasputin details all the beginner level intuitions that seasoned gamers take for granted. Stuff like use the mouse to look around or the camera operates under different controls than the player. It's a fantastic video and I've linked it in the description for you to watch.
Oh, I'd love to watch that actually. Oh my gosh. Yeah, anyway.
Video a few months ago about developing intuition, but after purposefully watching Brie cook dinner every night for a week, my advice can be far more actionable. These are the things that I think beginners might be getting wrong. Number one, not seasoning early enough. If a recipe says sprinkle a teaspoon of salt over the shrimp before cooking, it might be reasonable to conclude that as long as the salt gets onto the shrimp at some point, it'll be good enough. In Brie's case, this leads to shortcuts like this one, dropping unseasoned shrimp into the hot pan and then sprinkling it with salt. But salt timing matters. If I make 2 French fries, salting this one as soon as it comes out of the oil and this one 5 minutes later, only one of them is going to taste properly seasoned upon eating. The other one wouldn't get proper salt adhesion. Back to the shrimp example. When you season a piece of meat ahead of time, that salt starts to dissolve, penetrating past just the outermost flesh. Say you follow the salt with a shower of spices. The shrimp's natural moisture hydrates those spices, helping it stick to the flesh and not burn in the pan. The components of that seasoning mix, especially if there's sugar in it, contributes a nicely darkened surface that looks and tastes more enjoyable when applied early. There are certain cases, like hamburger patties, where I delay seasoning until the last possible moment, but since this is broad advice for most beginners, err on the side of seasoning as early as possible, like even a day ahead of time if you can. If you take your chicken pieces out of the package as soon as you get home from the grocery store, season them, and then put them away in your fridge to be cooked tomorrow, that 24-hour
wait.
dry grind meat will taste
Good
juicier
idea.
and more flavorful, and it'll take less prep time when you're ready to cook. You just pull it out and throw it on the heat. That's how I'd correct her seasoning timing. But what about the actual amount of seasoning? This is how much salt is in a pinch for me. Compare that to Bree's pinch. Most beginners aren't using enough salt. That's gonna make the food taste bland, but also a pinch this small is impossible to sprinkle evenly over a big mass of ingredients. Some of it is gonna end up bare and unsalted. Also, it's become apparent to me that when they're not following an exact recipe, some people treat all seasonings as if they're salt. They're afraid that adding too much will make everything taste too salty. Fear not. Watch this. I'm seasoning these peppers and onions to make a shakshuka. I already added the proper amount of salt, so now I can go insano style on the cumin, paprika, garlic powder, black pepper, and cayenne with no risk of making the food too salty. This might sound painfully basic to longtime viewers, but I know some people don't already know this because Danos seem to have hitched their whole wagon to marketing their product as something that you can use in unlimited amounts, and it's apparently working. Yes, it is possible to put too much pepper in your paprikash, but don't let that scare you away from seasoning your food with the right amount of salt and a bunch of other spices. Taste as you cook, like the pros do, and you'll see that your hard shell taco night ground beef is far from in danger of being over-cumined. Next, knife work, specifically knife confidence. Watching a cooklet use a chef's knife can feel like watching a baby giraffe try to walk for the first time. It's treated like a giant steak knife, gripped as such, guided by the index finger, and used in a manner that focuses on the tip. If this describes the way you use a chef's knife, try holding it like this instead, with a stabilizing pinch and a focus on the heel of the blade. It might feel weird at first, but it's going to help you get to a point where it feels like the knife is an extension of your hand much more quickly than hunting around with the tip. And if it does feel too uncomfortable to overcome, shop around in person for a new knife. If there was one perfect knife, everyone would just have that one. I know that Googling best knife and reading a dozen reviews is how things are purchased these days, but feeling the differences in grip, size, weight, and balance in your hand is why people shop for different knives. This knife that feels great in my hands is clunky and uncomfortable for my wife. She says the smaller ones feel better, actually. When Bree is cooking, I do this really annoying thing that drives her crazy where I wait for her to go to the fridge for an ingredient and then I adjust all of her heat levels. Just because
you bitch. I'd be mad. Don't touch it. Don't touch my stuff. I'd be so pissed. Don't touch me. Don't touch my stuff. Wait, I would not be happy. Don't touch it. If it's bad, it's bad.
Right in my hands is clunky and uncomfortable for my wife. She says the smaller ones feel better.
What?
Actually. When Bree is cooking, I do this really annoying thing that drives her crazy where I wait for her to go to the fridge for an ingredient and then I adjust all of her heat levels.
Oh, that would be crazy too.
Cook over medium heat doesn't mean you can set the dial to 5 out of 10 and let it ride. This tiny burner and this massive dual ring burner are going to put out completely different amounts of heat when set to 5, so being a good cook is sometimes less about objective measurements and sometimes more about being present, paying attention, and thoughtfully adjusting everything while you work. That's why I don't cook with headphones on. Save the podcasts for later when you need to wash dishes. I need to hear all of the cues that inform my cooking. Food gives you sensory hints while you cook. If you see wisps of smoke coming off a nonstick pan, it's probably too hot. If you smell a faint acrid odor in the air, your food is starting to burn and you have about 5 seconds to save it. This lesson was not actually learned by watching Bree, but the number of food accounts on TikTok or Instagram that scrape metal utensils against Teflon pans is of concern.
Oh shit.
Can only tell you not to do that so many times, and yet millions of so-called non-stick pans have deep, discolored grooves in them from all of the abuse. Stick to silicone or wood utensils on non-stick surfaces.
Please. That's what I was saying earlier. Like that's what I was saying earlier. Don't touch it. Don't. It's just, yeah. Step one, I'm just like, no.
Several videos regarding how to
stainless steel.
make, or enjoy something without being a nerd about it. But today, I am the nerd. Watching Bree disregard all of my suggestions on how to do things the so-called right way while she cooks because, look, everything came out fine, must be how all cast iron or coffee experts feel watching my videos that oversimplify their favorite subject matter. but this is how it works for people at the beginner level of anything. The ceiling of what's possible is high, but the floor of what's acceptable is relatively low. So what if there's no cheese that flowed out to form a crispy frico, adding contrast in both flavor and texture? It's still a tasty quesadilla. So what if there's no crushed cashew and herb garnish on top for appearance?
My family has destroyed so many pans from cutting things on them or using the metal tools so often. And that's the thing too, like, that's the thing. Like, high key, listen, if you go to IKEA, I love IKEA, I really do, right? You go there, you get some new pans, right? And it's like, yes, new pans, finally, right? These are gonna last you for fucking years, right? You better make sure, you better bet your fucking sweet ass that if I'm gonna buy a whole set of pans and the manufacturer said do not use metal on them because it's gonna wear down the Teflon, I do not want to buy new pans. I am not gonna be using metal on my Teflon. Are you insane? Oh my God, no.
Tastes good. And you know what?
What was the point?
Nobody's good at everything. Bree could make a whole channel about lessons she's learned from watching.
Or when someone needs to pan on too,
or draft a motion to compel.
Yep. Or when someone leaves a stove on too high, and it warps. That too.
Arbitration, or have a difficult conversation without shoehorning humor into the situation to deflect emotionally. I think that raising that floor of what's acceptable is a great way to improve. But I also know that we all have to start somewhere. The same way I have to start sleeping on the couch after making this video, am I right? That's right, baby. Wife guy jokes are back on the menu. You will not take this from me, Ned Fulmer.
That was a great video.
Commenteer has paid to be mentioned at the end of this video. Commenteer is a new format of
Wow,
content.
that was actually a very good video. No. Okay. Wait. He gotta ate that. That was actually a really good one. Hold on, let's see. Next one.
Topo Chico is too carbonated. The bubbles are so strong that a cold, freshly opened bottle hurts to drink. That's a good thing because...
No, wait, no. It wasn't this one I wanted to watch. It was the one that he recommended. The gaming video. This one.
Last year, the lady I live with, also known as my wife, asked if she could try out one of the games I've been playing. She described it as the one with the cute little ghost guy. After scrolling through my entire library, I realized she was talking about Hollow Knight. Given the fact that her experience with video games at that point consisted of the occasional race in Mario Kart and a smattering of Crash Bandicoot levels when she was a kid, I knew with fair confidence that her playing Hollow Knight would go terribly. So obviously I booted it up and set her into the world of Hollow Knight. As she played, every moment, regardless of how seemingly insignificant, had a strange sort of intensity to it. For example, in the tutorial there are a set of platforms that the player needs to jump across. The only penalty for falling is a little bit of time, and on my first playthrough I breezed past it and immediately forgot about it. For her, it was intense beyond belief. She wasn't sure what the penalty for falling would be, and she didn't have a full grasp on how to adjust her jump height and distance. Each successful jump felt like a triumph, and after landing, she'd look out at the next platform, searching for the nerve to jump again. Watching her work through this early section and seeing the different ways that she viewed the game got me thinking a lot about the language of video games, and just how much a person's level of video game literacy affects their experience with any given title. I can't really think of a time in my life where I wasn't interested in games, and because of that, there are certain aspects about them that are almost instinctual to me now. And that's because a lot of games use the same ideas and vocabulary in order to get information across to players as quickly as possible. It's why the color red is almost always associated with health, why the A button or its equivalent is typically the command to jump, and why platformers more often than not have players moving from left to right. At this point, I've played enough games where after 5 minutes of trying a new one, I almost always know what to expect, no matter the kind of game. But that inherent understanding of how games work and what to expect from them doesn't exist for the lady I live with because she hasn't spent the time learning those things. And this made me wonder, how do people learn the basics of video games? So I decided to run an informal experiment where I'd have her play a handful of titles and see how she approached figuring each one of them out.
Monster Hunter! Oh, that's gonna go knock. Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter? Oh my. That is not the game. No, no way. Monster Hunter? For this? That's insane. Okay. Sure.
getting a better understanding of how people learn the language of video games. In an effort to not influence how she approached any given title, I didn't give her any advice or instructions. I just watched, silently judging. I had her play through the early sections of 9 games. Super Mario Bros.,
Okay.
Shovel Knight,
Okay.
Celeste, Portal,
Okay.
Doom,
Okay.
Skyrim, The Last of Us,
Uh-huh.
Uncharted 2,
Uh-huh.
and so that I could really test the strength of our marriage, Dark Souls. I picked these titles because A, I felt they would be a solid sampling of 3 major types of games, those being 2D platformers, 3D platformers, and first-person shooters/adventures, while also offering a diverse spread of genres and gameplay mechanics, and B, I like them. So, this is how it went.
This is fun.
Just kidding, we're so good. With each game, I noticed that there were a vast amount of seemingly basic functions and mechanics that she either didn't fully grasp or know existed. This first came up with Mario 1-1. She figured out the jump easily enough, but
Okay,
never
thank you,
realized
Bobby.
she had the ability to dash, making her time with the level painfully hard to watch. There are no in-game instructions on how to dash or do anything else really, so players will only learn about it if they read the instruction manual, figure it out through experimentation, or have another person tell them how it works. As she didn't even know it was something she could do, she never figured it out. For me, it has become second nature to try to sprint in games, whether or not I know it's an option. I just assume it will be and guess the command will probably be the B button or its equivalent. But I only make that assumption because of years of being conditioned to make it. Figuring out the controls for all of the games, whether they were explicitly explained or implicitly taught through level design, was a challenge. Part of this stems from her not being all that comfortable with controller. Anytime a game asked for her to press a certain button, she'd look down at the controller and search for it. One of the most memorable instances of this came up while playing The Last of Us. Early on, there's a prompt on the screen to press L3, which she couldn't find on the controller as there is no button labeled L3. She noticed it was shaped like a circle, so she guessed it might be one of the joysticks. However, she didn't know that it meant to press down on it, so she just sort of moved back and forth until eventually figuring it out. I've certainly played games that do a better job of illustrating how L3 and R3 work, but it is kind of weird that there's pretty much a hidden button on all controllers that new players will have no reason to know exists. Figuring out a game's controls sounds easy, but she essentially not only had to memorize which buttons did what, but also which buttons were where, adding another layer of things to keep track of and making the process a little bit more overwhelming. She typically fared better with games that didn't give too much information to remember. With Dark Souls, after reading 15 or so messages explaining the controls, she said she felt like she was getting too much information too quickly. A lot of the things she learned, most notably the lock-on feature, she forgot about by the time they would actually be useful. On the other side of things, with Shovel Knight, she struggled to get through a few of the early sections because she didn't understand the full scope of her abilities or how to use them, but once she did start to figure things out through experimentation, she ended up remembering the core mechanics better because she witnessed firsthand how useful they could be. So for her at least, giving a memorable use of a mechanic made it stick in her mind a lot clearer. Most of the games I had her play were with a controller, but I did want her to have some experience with mouse and keyboard, so I had her try a few games with a first-person perspective. I thought Portal would be the best place to start, as it doesn't call for quick reflexes and it gives players time to figure things out. Using the keyboard actually proved to be easier for her than the controller, as she uses the keyboard every day and knows where everything is. However, if you've been paying attention to the footage, you've probably noticed that she isn't looking around at all, and that's because she didn't realize she was supposed to use the mouse.
That's sweet.
In fairness, the instructions at the start explain how to move and how to pick things up, but they do assume that players will just know to use the mouse to look around. Given that she doesn't spend her full time watching me play games on my computer, why would she? I know that a lot of these little issues she ran into in regards to controls and mechanics all seem easy to overcome, and in a lot of ways they are, but they do still act as small barriers to entry for new players. Even when games have detailed explanations for things, it can sometimes be information overload, and it isn't uncommon for people to skip over explanations accidentally or on purpose because they don't.
Oh, please. I feel like I want to be in like in a medium when it comes to how much there is to read sometimes, because sometimes it's a little too much. Other times definitely doesn't feel like enough. Yeah.
and it isn't uncommon for people
Also,
to
hi, Waddles,
skip
good to
over
see you.
explanations accidentally or on purpose because they don't feel like reading a bunch of stuff when they just want to beat the shit out of something. A lot of titles seem to assume that players will have at least some familiarity with controls, so some of the more simple explanations are kind of just left out. And I think the way most people end up learning these basic things that they won't figure out without searching on their own is through other people. For example, back to Mario. I don't remember how I learned to sprint in the game, but as I know I would not have read the instruction manual, there's a pretty decent chance that my brother told me how to do it, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of his friends had told him, and so on and so on. Also, the only reason I understand half the things I do in Dark Souls is because I've scoured wikis and message boards on how to get good. Video games are best when they are a communal experience, and a big part of that stems from the sharing of knowledge. Obviously, someone being a backseat gamer can get annoying if they explain how to do everything, but getting assistance when it's needed most can make a game far more enjoyable. It bridges the gap between the games expect players to already know and what they actually do know. Most of the frustration that the lady I live with had while playing boiled down to not being able to figure things out that she didn't know existed, which is something that would have been solved had I not just been a silent observer. Given that I was, though, she found herself continuing to have problems, and one of those is summed up best by her most frequently asked question.
Where the fuck am I going? Yes, thank you. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. It's so nice to be seen. Where the fuck am I going? What a question.
Platformers, navigating wasn't especially difficult for her. Because the options were limited, it was pretty easy for her to figure out that she needed to go right and sometimes up. Celeste and Shovel Knight do have a few optional rooms players can go in, but for the most part, whenever she entered one, she could tell it wasn't the path she wanted to take. Although Shovel Knight does have a side room in the tutorial that heads to the right and seems like the main path despite not being it, and there was a fair amount of disappointment as she realized she did all that work for nothing.
Are you fucking kidding me?
However, for all the 3D games, navigating proved far more difficult. She spent a lot of time wrestling with the camera in third-person games, and she wasn't all that great at moving and looking around at the same time in first-person ones. Due to her not rotating the camera around a ton, she didn't always get a great sense of her surroundings, so she struggled with figuring out where she was and where she was going. Like in Skyrim, she missed the jump from the tower to the house during the tutorial, and it took a while for her to realize that she had fallen back to the spot where she started. Also, because she wasn't good at focusing the camera, she didn't realize she was supposed to be following Hadvar, so she was sort of just strolling along, trying to get out of the city in her own way. Once she did follow him and got into a building, she was more interested in picking up everything she saw instead of moving forward, which actually is fair in how most people play Skyrim. Either way, she wasn't fully sure where to go. Interestingly, after we finished all the games, I brought up the footage of Skyrim and showed her the compass at the top of the screen, and she said that she hadn't noticed it while playing, as she was mostly just
Really
focusing on
now?
what was directly in front of her. The same thing happened with Doom's compass and even the health bars of enemies and bosses in Dark Souls. She typically noticed waypoints on the screen when they showed up, but she didn't know what they were for, so she often ignored them. Players are hit with a lot of information when they play games, and for ones who aren't all that comfortable with the basics, a lot of that information is pushed to the side, acting as another barrier for entry. Another thing that confused her was when progression in a level wasn't entirely linear. Like with Dark Souls, she got confused when the level looped back around on itself, and she made the assumption that she had messed up and gone the wrong way. Most of the games she had played before Dark Souls had typical progression, so finding herself back near where she started felt odd. Even the 3D games that seemed like they might be more straightforward had a few things that ended up being confusing for her. For example, in Uncharted 2, what a player can climb is indicated by being colored yellow, but that wasn't obvious to her, so she constantly tried to climb things that just looked like they could be climbed. And then she questioned why she had to take the longer, more roundabout path when there were perfectly good handholds right above her. A similar issue with signaling happened with The Last of Us as well. There's a part where the player has to run through a city to escape, and a gas station explodes, causing street lamps and other things to block the road ahead. My wife noticed a little gap on the sidewalk that was untouched by fire, so she kept trying to run through that to get out. But every time she did, the infected came and killed her.
Oh my
This made her
God.
think that the issue wasn't with it being the wrong way to go, but rather with her not being fast enough. So she kept trying that same path over and over before finally finding the right way. With game design, there's often a battle between having a level look realistic and making it easy to navigate. In this example, Naughty Dog tried to make the city feel more natural by not having every path be physically blocked off. And while more experienced players will most likely see the explosion and assume they should go a different way, the game falls short on helping players who don't understand what they're supposed to do. By having the signal be the explosion, but the consequence being an attack by the infected, expected, she learned the wrong lesson. And this sort of thing ended up happening to her a fair amount throughout the process, even with things that had nothing to do with navigation. Sometimes she just interpreted the information the game was giving her in the wrong way, and she found herself
Learning the wrong lessons.
The idea that some games teach players how to play simply through gameplay and level design is a pretty common talking point in the video game community. I'm a firm believer that a lot of games do this, and watching her play reaffirmed that thought. For example, in Doom, her initial instinct was to stay as far away from enemies as possible, because she didn't feel all that comfortable with the controls of a first-person shooter. However, once she came across enemies who threw fireballs at her from a distance that did way more damage than anything she could do from that same range, she started to realize that her best bet was to get close to enemies and either beat the crap out of them or use the shotgun. Ultimately, Doom is meant to be played this way. The glory kill system and the handful of weapons that are powerful at close range are included to push a fast-paced, action-packed fighting style. And having one of the first rooms be extremely difficult to beat without playing this way sets the expectation for the rest of the game. It took her a fair bit of banging her head against the wall to get past this room. But once she did, she was better at the core mechanics of the game than when she started. With that said, what I found even more interesting than when she learned the right lessons of how to play a game through gameplay was when she learned the wrong ones. The first instance of this that I noticed happened while playing Mario 1-1. At the beginning of the level, there's a question mark box with a mushroom in it. She had some familiarity with the Mario franchise, so she knew that mushrooms were good to get. However, after hitting the box, she jumped into a different block, causing the mushroom to change directions and go off the left side of the screen, out of reach. She didn't register that she had caused the mushroom to change directions, leading her to the assumption that mushrooms would always end up going to the left. When she got to another block that she suspected held the mushroom, she hit it and immediately moved to the left to grab it before it went off screen, and, well... This was a far less intrusive lesson to get wrong than the ones that came up while she played Celeste and Shovel Knight. The tutorial of Celeste is a pretty simple stage that ends with the player learning how to dash, which is arguably the most important and useful mechanic in the game. The lady I live with interpreted the prompt to mean that the only way to dash was by doing it at an upward angle, pretty much crippling her ability to do screens effectively until after 15 minutes or so when she accidentally dashed horizontally and realized her moveset was wider than she had thought. With Shovel Knight, early on she died from hitting this bubble. A bag of gold popped out and hovered near it. On her next time through, she jumped on the bubble and the bag at the same time and assumed that both things had damaged her, causing her to think that the bags of gold were an enemy of some sort. So when she came across them after that, she would either try to attack them or actively avoid them. As she wasn't paying terribly close attention to the HUD, she never realized what they actually did. I'm not saying that these things are the faults of the game developers, but it is interesting how easily information on screen can be misunderstood. These sort of things can happen to players of all skill levels, but given her lack of experience, she didn't have much else to go on to challenge the lessons she thought she had learned. I found the disconnect between how she thought games worked and how they actually worked to be pretty intriguing. And as I focused more on those differences, I started to notice a sort of trend with every title she played. That being,
Thinking games would be cooler?
when most people talk about what any video game is like, there's often a greater focus on the general actions players can do rather than the limitations that make it possible for the game to function. For example, Mass Effect could be described as a role-playing game where, among other things, players get the opportunity to talk to and form relationships with various characters across the universe. People who play a lot of games will most likely go in understanding that this actually means players will be able to form relationships with a predetermined cast of characters by choosing responses from a set of limited dialogue options. As it turns out, this formula makes for a really great series, but there is a gap between what a game sounds like and what it actually looks like. And I think for people who don't end up playing a lot of games but have to suffer through listening to their friends or partners talk about them, they get a warped perception about what players can do in a title because they don't understand or know the systems that games use in order to give these grand sounding experiences. Where I know to apply a sort of video game logic to any title I play, the lady I live with was always trying to apply real world logic. Like in the Doom tutorial, there's a gore nest that the player needs to destroy. A waypoint marker shows up on it, which when I first played, I knew meant I needed to go up to it and most likely hit a button prompt. When my wife played, she didn't know what the marker meant, so her initial instinct wasn't to walk right up to it. Instead, she noticed while messing around that the red barrels exploded, so she had the idea to try to push one of the barrels towards the nest to blow it up. And this is objectively more interesting than just pressing a button to destroy it, but of course it didn't work. Throughout the various games, a pretty common question she asked was, why can't I do it this way? And my response was, because? The deeper answer is that limitations exist in games because there are only so many potential inputs a title can have, meaning there are a finite number of ways a player can interact with things. If developers tried to program in every possible way a player might think about interacting with something, games would just never come out. I'm used to these limitations. I actually appreciate them in a lot of instances. However, for her, she got frustrated when the ideas she came up with didn't work. Like while scaling the train in Uncharted 2, she reached a point where she wanted to swing from a pipe and through a window. So when she realized she had to take the predetermined path that didn't take much more than pressing left, she felt disappointed because, yeah, her idea was cooler. In Skyrim, as Alduin began attacking the city, she found a spot in a house and figured she just waited out until he left.
Hi, Darius.
But
Good to see
due
you.
to the scripted nature of this part of the game, that plan didn't work, forcing her to follow the path the game wanted her to follow. In turn, this took away all the tension of the section because she knew she could take as long as she wanted and nothing bad would happen. Hiding in a house isn't that fun of a way to play a game, but her not being able to made it feel like she lost some agency. Her expectations for what she thought she could do in each game were always different than the reality, and I think as she realized that games were more simple than she had first assumed, some of the intrigue about them faded.
That's fascinating.
For the lady I live with, the thing she hated more than anything else about this experiment was having to replay sections of a level over and over again after dying. Had I not told her to keep trying on a handful of the games, she would have stopped far sooner, because it was understandably frustrating. With that said, when she did stick with games that frustrated her and ended up beating the parts that she struggled with, she found it exhilarating. I think this trade-off of dealing with frustration so that the excitement of beating something is all that much sweeter is one that people who play a lot of games not only understand, but look for. However, trying to pitch that she should spend her free time doing something that actively frustrates her so that the few moments where she succeeds feel glorious is a bit of a tough look. This little test has me questioning how I became interested in video games in the first place. I don't remember how they became such a big part of my life. I don't know how I got to the point where I could look at a compass at the top of a screen and know what to expect from every marker without looking them up. I don't know how I first learned about stamina bars and the various ways to make sure I don't run out of energy. I don't know how I became, I guess, fluent in the language of video games. I'm just glad that I learned the basics when I was young enough to not care about spending hours on one level. For a better understanding of how inexperienced players approach video games, I need to run a much wider and more complex study that tests in a more robust way than just sitting down to watch my wife play video games a few times. But I did find it interesting to compare how wildly different my approach to games is to hers. And while I definitely don't have enough definitive information to make any sort of legitimate conclusion about how inexperienced players approach games, I do want to say this. In a similar way to how it is harder to learn a language as an adult, it's harder to get into video games after a lifetime of not playing them. And from what I've seen, that seems to have less to do with interest and more to do with struggling to get over the barriers that exist for new players. Like, if you don't know how to read, why would you pick up a book? What I'm getting at is if someone you know who doesn't play games expresses interest in trying one, don't force them to be in an experiment where you give no guidance and mostly just watch them struggle with something that they never learned how to do. Teach them how to read it instead.
I'll pick that up. Now you have a very not annoying at all item. That's it.
Fucking get it.
What a fascinating video. What a fascinating little video. I mean, I could imagine doing a whole study with that, but that's fascinating, huh? Games for non-gamers. Did you know that Briere will likely go extinct? What? Why? 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 What? What in the world? Why?
Ooh, can I flip it?
Oh, yes.
Wow, like a really low stakes pancake. Hi, Sola here at the New York Times Cooking Studio, and this is part of a beginner's cooking series where I teach you all the basics you need to know to be confident in the kitchen. And in today's episode, we are talking all about fish. I'm gonna show you some really easy, simple ways to conquer fish. By the end of this episode,
The bacteria responsible for its creation is not able to procreate or replicate. So where are they getting it from? Why? How does it exist? They're getting rid of blue cheese? No!
you're gonna be an aficionado. Huh? Today we're
aficionado.
going to
God
show
damn it.
you 3 really simple fish cooking techniques. We're going to start with the oven roasted salmon, no splatter, crispy skin, delicious. We're going to do a really simple curry with a frozen tilapia, and then fish tacos. We couldn't do this series without having a taco. What's fresh today? Everything. That's what you want to hear. So when I actually go buy fish, I don't have a plan of what I'm gonna make until I get to the counter, because you want to take a look, see what looks good. And if you're not sure, just ask your fishmonger, get to know them. They'll always let you know what's fresh and what's the best thing for that day. Sustainability is an issue. They kind of give you a guide of what level of sustainability the seafood is at. If you're not sure, a great resource is seafoodwatch.org. So it's great to head on over there, check out what they recommend purchasing, and then decide. With farm-raised fish, they could be grown in an enclosed pond or in an enclosed area of the ocean. Wild caught can mean a lot of different things. It could be line caught. The less sustainable option is there are these nets that they drag through the ocean. Depending on the kind of fish we're talking about, sometimes farm-raised is a better option, and sometimes wild caught is a better option. Here we have a bunch of frozen fish. A lot of times the fish that you're buying fresh is frozen and they thawed it for you. And the great thing with frozen fish is it's frozen in a method called IQF, which means individually quick frozen.
It's kind of like a mutated version of something else. It's the reason why brie and other cheeses can be white. If I recall, brie was green or blue in the past. In the current version, some issues with its DNA make reproducing it not easy. What? What? They better find an alternative.
Sometimes this happens right on the boat. They catch the fish. It's frozen at a very, very low temp, not like the temperature in your freezer. They have special freezers. It freezes really fast so that you produce really small ice crystals, and you don't damage the texture of the fish once it's thawed. Individual means that it's frozen in individual portions, making it really easy for you to defrost and cook just as much as you need. So whole fish could be intimidating, but you can always ask your fishmonger to clean it for you. It's a lot easier to tell how fresh it is. You see clear eyes and bright red gills. The scales are really tightly attached. If you see a fish and the scales are just kind of like hanging on by a thread, that's an old fish. You want to stay away from that. And also, cooking a whole fish might be one of the easiest ways to cook a fish, because you just shove some herbs in there, throw it in the oven, and it's delicious. If you go to your fishmonger, they can prepare your whole fish for you however you want. They could simply just scale and gut it, or they can remove the head and the fins, or they can fillet it. The choice is yours, the level of preparation you'd like on your fish. Salmon. It's a really good starter fish because salmon is actually super, super forgiving.
Because it's
very
fucking
fatty.
good.
You can like see it. You can see how oily the fish is just when you look at it. And because of that, you don't have to like nail the cooking. And it's also one of the few fish where it can be a little bit under and it's delicious. It could be a little bit over and it's delicious. There's a really wide range of deliciousness. There's a lot of room to groove with salmon. Here I have
And it's good as fuck for you. And I'm gonna go as far as to say, if you can eat salmon once a week, you should. And if you can't eat it once a week, you should eat it like once every 2 weeks. You can't eat it once every 2 weeks, and eat it once a month. Okay? I think salmon is just that bitch. I think it's that bitch. I think it's that good for you. I'm team salmon all the way.
have a couple of center cut fillets. You can also find salmon in steaks. You can also get like the tail end, which is a little bit more affordable. But what's nice with this is you get this really thick side where you can end up with like a nice perfect medium rare, and then you get this really thin
Tilapia
side.
clears. I'm sorry, that's gonna have to be a studio laugh. Hold on. Tilapia. Oh, okay, Long John Silver's. Okay.
Belly, which gets like
Okay,
really
Captain
crispy
D's.
and cooked all
Okay.
the way through, so you get like a lot of variance and textures in one piece by just cooking it in one way. So salmon, already very forgiving fish to cook. We're gonna make it even more forgiving by giving it a quick dry brine. And when you dry brine,
Tilapia.
proteins like chicken. Okay,
Tofapi is really good, actually. That's good. I'm stealing that. That's real good. Thank you.
Or duck, it actually takes quite a while. But with fish, 15 minutes to 2 hours. So you really have no reason to not. So we're gonna go hard.
Salmonella.
And we're gonna go all over it. Make sure you get the sides. You want evenly seasoned fish. I remember when I used to watch Emerald live, he'd always say, you don't want your food to taste one-sided. And I think about it every time I remember to season all sides of something. So
it's so funny. So okay, so don't laugh at me, but salmon used to be like my when I was in the process of talking to guys, you know, the dates that I would go on, one of my immediate things was like I always wanted to cook with the person I was talking to, right? And so salmon was pretty much always the go-to let's cook together meal, because it was easy or whatever and it was nice. And yeah, it was just always like my first date food all the time. And yeah, I mean, it was nice. I mean, yeah, I think pretty much everyone that I've gone on a date with, I've made salmon with them.
So like take a sec. And remember, this salt is not too salty, so this is not as scary as it looks. Wow, we did it. It's dry brine. You can do it too. I'm gonna pop this in the fridge for about 15 minutes and then we're gonna make our cucumber salad. So here we have some of these mini Persian cucumbers and we're gonna do like a smash technique. You see this a lot in Asian cuisine and it's great because it breaks up the cucumber so it absorbs the dressing like immediately. And we're just gonna drop it into our bowl.
A farmer's market date. That too. That's what we did. We went to the local farmer's market too. Me and Justin. One of the first things that we did actually. Yeah.
Had a cucumber salad on the table with every single meal. So when I first started cooking, my responsibility was to make that cucumber salad. I'm very deeply attached to cucumber salad. Once we had our
Me too,
oil,
girl. Me
it's
too.
a
Me
little bit
too.
difficult to taste the seasoning, so I like to season it with salt. Anytime you're seasoning anything, make sure you toss it well and make sure it's had time to like thoroughly dissolve before you taste and decide, because you might get a piece with like too much salt and then misjudge the seasoning of the whole bowl. A bunch of chopped dill. I love dill, but you can.
That's a lot of dill. Oh my god.
Dried cranberries. I love
okay.
Something a little sweet.
Wait.
A good bit of olive oil.
Wait, this looks so good. What? Dill, cucumbers, dry cranberries, olive oil? Oh, that sounds good as fuck. Wait a minute. Oh my god, that actually sounds outstanding. What? What? What else?
And lemon juice.
Lemon juice?
This is going to be the sauce for the salmon. And we're going to hit it with some lemon zest as well.
I'm gagged. This is amazing. I'd love to try that. What? Red pepper flakes? Huh? Oh, that sounds so good.
It's time to roast our fish.
Oh, that sounds
My
so
fish
good.
has been in the fridge for about 15 minutes, and you can see that a lot of the salt has dissolved. The surface is quite wet. If you take it all the way to like dry and dissolve, you're gonna end up with more of a cured texture. Now, I know I talked a lot about not rinsing your chicken. Washing your chicken is the worst thing you can do for cross-contamination. But with salmon, it's not as big of a deal because there isn't as much like salmonella, bacteria, craziness happening.
Okay, so funny thing is, we have dill in the garden and it's starting to flower, and I feel really bad about it because, like, I'm like, what are we gonna use dill for, right? Now we got a reason to use dill because we got our dill plant just sitting there, like, so like, that might be the move. See, you know what? You know what we should have did? We should have grown some fucking cucumbers. I'm so sorry. What is it about zucchini? Okay, am I just a hater? The way I feel about zucchini is the way that everyone else feels about honeydew. Okay, like I just don't get it. Like, what's the point? Just a cucumber, a squash, you know what I mean? Or just a squash. It's just okay. We should have grown some cucumbers, man, because that would have been so. Let's go get some. Let's go get some cucumber. Actually, that sounds good.
But you do still have to worry about cross.
They grow quick. Okay.
So I'm gonna take this back to the
Then I'd be down.
and give it a quick rinse. Now at this point, if you don't want to cook it right away, you can wrap it in paper towels, pop it in a zip top bag, and place it on ice and store it for 3 days. But we are gonna cook it right away. So I'm gonna pat it dry.
Nasty.
Patting it dry is just like when you pat dry any protein. Moisture is the enemy of brownness, so take your time, thoroughly pat it dry, and it's going to make a really big difference when it comes to the browning. I'm going to lightly oil it up. This is also going to help with browning and evenly conducting heat. If you do have pools of oil, sometimes it can just like sit on the tray and burn. And I'm going to lightly season with salt. I know it had a bunch of salt on there, but it still needs a little bit more because we rinsed so much of that off. You want to be pretty delicate with your seasoning. This is going to roast in the oven at 425 degrees. It's going to be about 12 to 15 minutes. If you have a thinner tail piece, it'll be faster. If you have a thicker steak, it'll take longer. But I'll show you what you need to look for to know the doneness. So my fish has cooked for about 12 minutes. And right now, it's like a little bit medium rare in the middle, which is what I want because I'm going to pop it back in for a quick broil to crisp up the skin. The color has changed. It's become opaque. And I like to feel the sides. Give it a little swish. You can tell down here, it's quite firm. When you go to the thicker side, it's got a little bit of give, a little bit of swish. So
It's giving, right, exactly.
Another way to check is we're gonna poke it. There shouldn't be any resistance. When you poke raw fish, you can tell. It doesn't want to slide right in, but you know it's cooked when you can get right in there. Let it sit for a moment, and then that's gonna allow the temperature of the fish to transfer to the metal, and you can kind of feel it on your lip and be like, oh, that's just like barely warm. I know it's like kind of in a mid-rare place, which is what I want. Now, if you don't have a cake tester or if this feels a little scary and you want to be sure, just get a knife, just get in there. It's okay, you know? I get it, I get it. You don't want to sit down to the table and have raw fish, so just get in there and just take a peek. Yeah, so it's flaking really easily, but it's still just right in the middle, a little bit of fleshiness, so we know it's a nice medium rare. Now, since I'm going for the broil, for the crispy skin, I've cranked up the broiler, and I'm gonna drizzle it with a little bit of oil just to help us get that final bit of crisp. But you can see that it's already quite crispy. This is gonna happen real fast, so just stay by it. I think like 1 minute.
Yeah, listen, I'm so sorry. You know, really, I've been trying to expand my palate. Really, I get it, right? I just can't do sashimi. I'm sorry. It's the texture. Like, it's just the texture. I can't. It's just like, or if it is the texture, I'm like, it needs to be around some rice and some seaweed maybe, and like some cucumber or like some carrot, you know, or some spicy tuna or something, you know, wrapped in like a cylindrical shape, maybe, you know, tightly packed. You know, maybe I would do it, but just like eating it, I don't know. It's just like, I know what this is, but it ain't right. I mean, it's right. I can't. I can't. I'm trying, but I can't. It's just, I need some heat to it. I can't.
This is exactly how I like it. Even though we did this in the oven, it's like it's fried. It gets so crispy. The combo of the dry brine and the broil is key. Mm-hmm. And I especially love that the belly part gets really, really crisp.
Is there time to sneak in some dim sum first?
Wow. It's crazy how crispy you can get the skin without needing to use a pan. This is good fish.
Oh, that does look nice. That laugh? What? What are you laughing at? What is she laughing at? What? She like, what is she said. What?
Good fish.
What's so funny? One more time. I'm so sorry.
Good fish. So,
One more time. Okay, one more time.
without needing to use a pan. This is good fish. So now I'm going to show you a really easy coconut curry fish that uses frozen fish. And what's great about it is you don't even have to thaw the fish. We're going to let it braise in the really flavorful curry. I'm going to start by getting my skillet heated, medium-high heat, a couple tablespoons.
One more time. I'm sorry. It's so funny. One more time.
Without needing to use a pan. This is good fish.
Sorry. There's just nothing funny about that. It was so funny. She's just eating. Oh my goodness.
We have to thaw the fish. We're gonna let it braise in the really flavorful curry.
Yeah, I might actually soundboard that. Now, to be honest with you, I might just soundboard. That. Let me forget. Put that in stream suggestions, please.
Medium-high heat, a couple tablespoons of olive oil. And while that gets going, I've got red and green bell peppers. The easiest way to cut them is I just cut around the seeds, cut off cheeks, just like that. And we're gonna do the old chop and drop. So then we're just gonna cut through this way and it makes it a lot easier. And we're able to get rid of those seeds pretty quickly. So I'm gonna thinly slice our peppers. We chop and we drop. We're looking to kind of get these nice and softened. It's just a chop and drop, just like Rachel Ray taught us. It looks like a lot of peppers, but peppers are mostly water, so it is going to cook down. The red pepper is a little bit sweeter. It's going to bring one kind of flavor. Green bell peppers are a little bit grassier. It's going to hit us with another layer of flavor. That's why we're using both here. So we got our peppers. We're going to add our onions. And I'm going to season this with some salt. And it's going to really help wilt all of our veggies.
These could be salvaged for parts.
I am so sorry. Hello? My bad. I was sorry. Sorry. What I was saying was when it comes to green bell pepper, I get what you mean. No, I understand, right? I usually feel the same way. Like I used to feel the same exact way about some green pepper or green bell pepper. I'm just like, what's going on here? It's just whatever. So then recently, when I had like a pride party or whatever, there were some fajitas, and in the fajitas, of course, there were the green bell peppers, and I was like, fuck it, it's always green bell peppers, right? So I try them, and I eat them, and I'm like, they're kind of crunchy, right? And I guess the thing that I kind of missed out on when it came to green bell peppers is that maybe it's just supposed to be vegetal. And then when I thought about it that way, like the vegetal to it, I was like, wait a minute, it's kind of good. So maybe that's just what it is. Maybe it literally is just like, if you want that vegetal kind of flavor, that's where you commission some green bell pepper. Maybe that's just what it's for.
These down. We're not looking for a lot of color, so I'm going to toss occasionally. And you can see some of the peppers I added earlier are already wilted. And it's okay if it's not like totally even, because once it braises with the coconut milk, it'll all come together. Braises and stews are pretty similar things. It's when you cook them in liquid. It allows the meat to get very tender. When you're braising a short rib, we're talking 4 hours. We're braising tilapia, 20 minutes. The difference between a braise and a stew is just about size and ratio of liquid. So with stews, we're usually talking about smaller cuts of protein, like 1-inch cubes or shrimp, something that's already kind of small, and it's usually in more liquid, like the protein will be fully covered in the liquid. This is a braise because we're going to be doing larger fillets, and it's not gonna be fully submerged in the liquid. All right, so our peppers and onions have gotten nice and soft. So we're gonna be using a Jamaican curry powder. You can't just like add spices to something and then it's done. It needs some either like direct heat from dry heat, like in a toasting step, or here we're gonna get it like with some direct contact with fat in this sweating step, or just like needs to be simmered for a while, otherwise it can be kind of chalky and harsh. So we're gonna let this cook out for about a minute, and then it's gonna simmer for even longer with the coconut milk, and that's gonna really help develop a lot of that spice flavor. I'm gonna add some finely chopped garlic.
Garlic, yep,
As well as a little bit of grated ginger.
Ginger, yep.
We're gonna let that cook for about a minute. Garlic and ginger also.
Speaking of ginger, I was just thinking about this the other day, right? Oh, I love these streams. I could just fucking ADHD all day. Okay, so speaking of ginger, so the other day, right? Do y'all remember As Told by Ginger? Did y'all watch that show? Was it like really? Should I go back for a rewatch? I was thinking about it. Should I go back and rewatch that show? Because I was like, wait a minute, maybe it's kind of good. But I wasn't sure if I was like youthful nostalgia thinking about it, right? Is it good? Well, yes. Okay. Because I wasn't sure. I was like, I feel like it's good, but I wanted to like, okay, just you know.
So like, if we were just gonna add the liquid right now without giving it a little direct heat, the flavors just like don't fully develop. We want to pull out those fat-soluble flavors with some direct contact with the pan right now. Now what's really cool is we've got just frozen tilapia fillets that we're gonna plop on top, and it's gonna cook through and thaw at the same time.
Bell peppers are for the crunch, not for spice. So wait, are you telling me? Is it just supposed to be? Is it just like parsley? Is bell pepper just parsley? Like it's supposed to have that vegetable kind of taste to it, but be crunchy and give it texture? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I'm kind of. Okay, wait.
Tilapia is also a really, really affordable fish, so it's good to get to know it.
So, affordable. You know what she just said? She said ghetto.
This is going to be our braising liquid. To season up those fillets, and we're going to taste it for final seasoning after. I'm going to cover this and let this cook until the fish easily flakes with a fork. Timing is going to vary depending on the kind of fish you use and how thick it is, but we're going to come and check on this after about 15. Okay, so my fish has been simmering away for about 20 minutes, and you can see that the fish itself released a lot of liquid, which helped make this like extra saucy. And we know that the fish is done because it easily flakes. Tilapia is not like salmon. You definitely want to make sure to cook through, otherwise it kind of has the texture of raw chicken. Not so fun, not so appealing. I'm gonna brighten it up with a little bit of fresh lime juice, some scallions, and cilantro. I'm gonna plate this up with a little bit of steamed rice. Now, if you head over to our rice episode, you can learn how to steam your own rice. You can't have curry without rice, that's just wrong. You need rice to soak up all that sauce. Make it pretty for your beauties.
Oh, it's so fresh.
Okay, so you can see the fish flakes away so nicely.
Oh, wait.
Vegetableness from the peppers, a nice bit of sweetness from the coconut milk, and then a little bit of spice from the curry. And it's all really nice with the fish because tilapia is like a very mild fish, so it can handle any kind of flavor you throw at it. Fish tacos.
Fish tacos.
From California, I have a deep love. This is gonna be a really, really simple pan fry. The fish is just gonna go into some milk and then flour, and we're gonna fry it up so it's like a little bit crispy. For our dredge, we're gonna keep it real chill, a little bit of flour. This fish taco recipe is by Sam Sifton, and he dredges his fish in Wondra flour, which is kind of cool because it's a pre-gelatinized starch, so it doesn't get clumpy, and it also like gets really crispy fast. If you don't have Wondra, you can use all-purpose. No worries. We're gonna season that up with some chili powder, salt, and pepper. It's really important to season every layer, even your dredge. I feel like when you're whisking something dry, you just want to mix it and be done with it. But it really does take a minute to like evenly distribute the dry into the dry. You can really tell with something like this because there's chili powder, but when you're whisking up like flour with baking powder, baking soda, it can be very misleading. So just whisk longer than you think. So my skillet is getting a little warm. I'm gonna add my peanut oil. You want to use a neutral
Yep,
fat here.
yep,
So
love
you wanna
peanut
go
oil.
hot and fast, so we get a nice crust, but the inside doesn't dry out. So for the
I'm gonna highly recommend some peanut oil, okay? I'm gonna tell you right now, like, I know vegetable oil, canola oil, like, not to get too into it or whatever, it's not good for you. it's not. Like, coconut oil, vegetable oil, like, we could do better when it comes to the oil. It's not the greatest. Peanut oil, I highly recommend. It's not too expensive like avocado oil is. It's neutral, it's nice, it's versatile. I will advocate every day, all day for peanut oil. You should get it.
fish, we're using some cod. You can use really any lean white fish.
Did you try the
but
chili
cod is
oil?
very expensive.
Yes, and I didn't take a picture so I couldn't show you, but we did make the chili oil recipe. Yes. Okay, and I had to be honest with you. I gotta be honest with you, right? Maybe it's just me or whatever, right? But like, and I hope he may or may not be listening right now. But okay, so we made the chili oil, right, y'all, right? Okay, so we make the chili oil, and I'm like, okay, let's follow the recipe. And he's like, no, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get all the raw ingredients, and we're just gonna put it in the bowl and mix it all up. And we're gonna take elements from the first recipe and put it in the second one, right? Or you know, or whatever. And I'm just like, no, that's not what the recipe says. The recipe says to take the oil, take the garlic, take the shallots, and fry them individually at a separate temperature, and then put it into the jar. That's what it said to do, not to put it all in one thing. And he's like, and we're at odds all the time with this, right? And if I cooked with any of y'all, okay, like if we ever had the pleasure of cooking together, okay, don't fucking come at me. Don't try me when it comes to following the recipe, okay? Because if somebody is going to make the recipe and put it together, we are going to follow the recipe, because if we needed the fucking video or the fucking recipe, if we didn't need it, why are we watching it? Why are we here? So we're going to follow the recipe as it states, and then the next time we make it, we're going to go ahead and make adjustments as needed, okay? But the first time, you follow the instructions, and then you make adjustments as needed, okay? You don't go in there and just put your own fucking copyright on the recipe. That's just not how it works around here. Like, what's the point? Why would I make a cookbook if someone's just gonna put my fucking eggs in my fucking fresh salad? Fucking raw eggs in my fresh fruit salad. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you do that? Okay, like, or if I was gonna make some fucking, I don't know, salsa, right? Don't put fucking bits of steak in it. Like, you just don't do that. It's disrespectful. And it's hubris, and we're just gonna be at odds. And so we ate it, and honestly, it was really good, right? But you know what? I was not at ease. I was not at peace, because I wasn't for certain if it could have tasted better, because we did not follow the original recipe as stated by the content creator that we watched that gave us the idea in the first place, and it made me a little pissy, even though it was delicious. So I rated about a 7 out of 10.
And we're gonna cut it into strips against the grain. Fish grain, it's a little different from the grain on chicken or meat, because it kind of goes, like, comes out of the spine and goes like this. I think the easiest way to think about it is, if your spine is here, we're gonna go this way. We want 1/2-inch pieces here. So we're gonna have some really nice meaty strips for our tacos. And then I'm gonna do chop and drop right into some milk. This is gonna be the wet for our dredge.
Okay.
It's like we're making, what's that called? Are they called fish strips? No, fish sticks. We're making fish sticks for our taco. The great thing when you're frying fish is that typically when it's brown on the outside, it's cooked on the inside. Unless you have like a really big, like you're doing fish and chips and you have a really big piece of cod, then the doneness might be a little bit harder to gauge. You want to get in there with the cake tester. So our peanut oil is nice and hot, so we're gonna get frying. Gonna toss this in the milk, and then lift it out of the milk, and we're gonna add it to our dry. And it's just gonna be like a really light coating. With the pan fry, you just need enough oil to generously coat the bottom, about like a 1/4 inch, maybe even less. Anytime you're frying anything, you wanna make sure you don't like plop whatever you're dropping into your pan from far away, because that's when it gets dangerous. That's when the oil splatters back at you. So you're gonna be scared, but you can do it. Just get close. We got sizzleage.
Sizzlage.
Our pieces of fish. We're making our little fish sticks. And since we have a cast iron skillet, there's no worry of sticking. I know fish sticking can be like a scary thing, but a well-seasoned cast iron skillet is basically like a non-stick, but better because it conducts heat better. So you get better browning, better crispies, better little fish stickies. Look at how close my hand is.
She ate
to
that.
the oil.
Oh my
Just don't touch it,
god.
and you'll be okay.
Oh, she ate that. Well, let's say that again.
You get better browning, better crispies, better little fish stickies.
Oh. Wow. That's insane. Wow. Better browning, better crispies, better fish stickies. Like, that's good.
Look at how close my hand is to the oil. Just don't touch it and you'll be okay. But it's not splattering back at me. You can see we're already getting some nice browning. The other thing about cooking fish is it kind of tells you when it's time to turn it. So that first piece turned right away, so I knew it was done. Don't mess with it. If it's sticking, it means that there's still moisture on that crust. That's what's causing that
Good to know.
adherence. So just let it do its thing. It will release when it wants to release.
Okay.
Oh god. I think I'm a little handier with this guy than with tongs. Yes. Ooh, thank you. Oh my gosh, you're just like so on the ball, watching the disaster unfold. Oh my goodness. How do you know what I need? This video is going to be interesting because you have a shot of me flipping with every single tool possible.
I love Solo.
The fish, it tells you when it wants to be free. All right, it's time to make our tacos. So here we have some shredded cabbage, a little bit of salsa, a chipotle lime crema, hot sauce,
Crema?
tortillas. Time to party. There's a lot of ways to heat up your tortillas. In this recipe, Sam Sifton likes to heat it up with a little bit of fat in a skillet, which is gonna kind of give us like a little bit of a crispy, pliable situation. If you prefer a little char, you can do it directly on the gas flame. If you want something that's more soft, you can wrap the tortillas in a wet paper towel and zap it in the microwave for like 30 seconds. Wow, look at that tortilla go. Okay, so I think it's fun to just put everything out, let everyone build. You decide how much fish you want on there, how much sauce, how much slaw, a little bit of a little.
Girl, you good?
You guys are just letting everything burn. You know that this is a fancy taco because it's on a really big plate. This is fine dining, baby. You want to make something look fine dining in your home? Get the biggest plate you have, and if you want to take it to like the extra stupid level, flip the plate over and serve it on the back.
Oh my god.
Fine dining, baby. A little crema.
Crema! I gotta show you all the video.
I like a lot of crunch. Some cilantro, a little lime, a little hot sauce, and we're ready to taco.
Press 1 if you have the cilantro gene. Like, who here has the cilantro tastes like soap gene? Cause honestly, damn, that sucks. Like, damn. Nobody? Okay, good.
Really nice and meaty. We get some nice crispy outside from the batter, and it's really nicely seasoned with that chili powder. And then when you put it all together, you got your crema, you got your freshness, you got your crunch. It's perfect, and you don't really.
It's perfect. Exactly. It's the cilantro. Exactly.
This is a fantastic way to cook fish.
Okay, hold on. Let me show you all this video. Hold on. Bitch. Sorry, Scott. Anyway, let me show you all this video. Is it Rachel Ray? Mexican mom reaction. Don't look at my fucking... What is Ruti recommending me? Chemotherapy. Okay. Where is it at? Here it is.
In this case, it's just a
Oh, no, se ve
liquids that
guácala.
started to cook out the vegetables in our lovely spice blend. But we
No,
want to
ya
pick
ni
up all those
chinga.
little bits
Van a
and
decir,
things.
Mexican pozole. No, tan pendejas.
Bread and pinto beans.
No, hombre. ¿A dónde le puede uno escribir allí?
Our sweetness from our
Alex,
hominy.
¿a dónde le puedo decir allí? Eso no es
No.
verdad.
And we're going to add a little
That's
tiny
where
drizzle
she
of honey
call.
to highlight
Ya, yo me animo a decirle, óyeme, no nos quemes.
because they taste like spicy raisins and a little bit of honey will really highlight
No,
that.
se ve feo.
No. They give it a follow.
Small cans.
Oh, y sale con su smoky.
14-ounce
Si no es barbecue.
tomatoes. This is going to be really smoky and hearty.
Sí.
And then right before we serve, we're going to add a little lime juice to it to make it kind of.
No, mira, ya va a acabar. Mira lo que mira.
We put it in a wide, shallow bowl so we can fit more toppings on it.
No shit.
Fritos, very important to put them down.
Fritos, no.
A little,
Oh, no, Gaby.
a little thinly shaved
Y de
radish,
seguro es famosa por ese pinche pozón.
a little crunchy red cabbage,
No, Alex, eso no.
a little crumbled cotija, queso
No,
fresco,
güey, estás pendeja.
cheese, some pickled jalapenos,
Oye, jalapeños.
a little dollop of sour cream,
Crema.
Crema! It's my favorite thing. Crema! Crema!
a little dollop of sour cream,
If you are present,
Crema. Oh, shit. No. Aguacate.
cilantro.
No, babosa, no. No.
Oh my god. I think of it every time I hear crema. Every time I hear crema, I'm just like, crema! I'll be sitting in the fucking restaurant. The fucking jazz music is playing or whatever. I'll check the menu and I see crema. And then in my mind, like, I'm just like, crema! Anyway,
Do you have leftover salmon? I'm going to show you what to do with it. Oftentimes when you dry roast a protein, heating it back up can really make it dry out. So instead, I'm going to show you how to make a really easy salmon dip. There's no recipe, you just follow your heart. I'm going to start with a base of cream cheese and sour cream.
crema!
Now I want to get the base stuff mixed before I add the salmon so I can have nice big flaky bits of fish in there. So we're going to do a little sour cream. You could do this with whatever you've got. Greek yogurt, labna, do a little cream cheese with buttermilk.
Okay.
Whoa. I like the cream cheese because it's kind of going to feel like the things you would put on a bagel.
No,
And then we're
no,
gonna have it with bacon.
see, that's why I was just shit talking you 2 seconds ago because I'm telling you right now, what is the point of the recipe if you're not going to follow it? Okay, I'm so sorry. We're just gonna have to be at odds with this just for decades because it's just, what's the point? Imagine if you put in the time to publish a whole book, a whole recipe, a whole YouTube video. I wrote it all down. I went through trial and error. It's just for somebody to just fuck it, just to fuck it, huh? What was? Why did you?
Huh?
Huh?
You can do this with smoked salmon, or if you have any kind of roasted fish left over, like let's say you roasted a whole fish, branzino or something, a little bit of cod, you can flake it and just throw it into this dip. So the beginning part, it's just about making sure you get all those lumps out before you go further. Because if you don't get the lumps out,
Why are there so many recipes?
they'll be in there
Because
the whole
people, I'm gonna time you out. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's a 10-minute.
Perhaps we should switch
Sorry.
to a list. Ooh, you know what would be good on top of this? A little bit of caviar. That feels like a nice texture to me. And now we begin adding the flavors. So dill and salmon love each other. A little bit of lemon zest. I don't want to have the juice here because I like the tang level already, but if you really want to go for a little bit more brightness, make your dip on the thicker side and add a little juice. You could totally dice up your leftover cucumber salad, put that in here, it will have like a tzatziki vibe. Crazy. I just thought about that all on my own. We're just gonna have big bites of pepper. So we're gonna get some good texture here because we got texture from our pepper, texture from our capers.
Hang out.
And now I'm gonna mix this up and taste before I add salt. More pepper, more salt, more capers, more lemon zest. I'm gonna keep the flakes kind of big right now because as we mix it in, it will further flake. Wow, huh?
Oh, that looks
It's also
good. Wait.
Whenever you make dip, stick a chip in there because otherwise I feel like people get afraid to just dip.
Bagel
and they'll
chips.
Spoon on their plate. That's no fun. Get in there. It's a dip. It tastes like a bagel with all the stuff you want on it, you know, in dip form. And more importantly, you took like a little bit of leftover salmon and stretched it. I hope you saw that there's a lot of fun, easy, foolproof ways that you can eat fish. Go forth. You are now, and just like that, you are an aficionado.
She ate that. Yes. Wait. Jade's trailer just dropped. Wait, before we move on to the next food video, let's do that. Okay, that sounds like fun. Hang on. Oh my god. Okay, there's 2 videos we have to watch. Okay, so first one, Jade. HSR.
Has anyone told you? Where there's a will, there's a way. But a will can also bring death. Tell me, you naughty child.
It's not me.
Where are they? It's time for a lesson.
Where are they? This music?
Okay, I'll talk.
No need. Your will. I shall take it. After all, there's never just one will. The quantity's not bad, but the quality is lacking. Shh, you woke it up? Once the will is ignited, it will spark even more desires. Too bad, the farce is over. And all that's left are the ashes of greed.
Yeah, that was kind of fucking awful. Okay, well, well, that wasn't really my taste, but that is not the same character. I'm telling you, that is not the same character. The Jade that I saw, that I experienced in story, in context, is not that. That is not the same character at all. It's not. That is not the same character. What? I mean, I'm gonna be pulling for her anyway. Don't worry. I'm still gonna be pulling for her, but. Whew. Okay. Listen, she will never be sexy dominant lady to me ever. Dominatrix. I'm sorry. It's just not. that's not like, come on, man. That's not, whatever. Okay, let's see. More food videos. Oh, no. Mexican mom's, wait, scolding dog. Where's this video? Hold on, let me see how to find it. Is this it? Hold on.
What do you call a tiny potato watching you? A spectator.
Okay. Well, good thing that joke wasn't a spud. Thank you so much to DX. Thank you so much to DX for the 32 months. I appreciate it.
Siéntate. ¿Qué te estás comiendo los tamales? ¿Por qué te estás comiendo esos tamales? No son para ti. Te va a doler la panza. No lo veas a Justin, ¿eh?
Que te lo dé.
Dame ese tamal. Dame ese tamal. Dame ese tamal. Suéltalo. ¿Cómo que la pura hoja ya? ¿Dónde está lo de adentro? Esto es la pura hoja. ¿Dónde está lo de adentro? Mira. ¿Dónde está? ¿Te lo comiste? ¿Cuántos te comiste? ¿Cuántos tamales te comiste?
La lengua.
The dog just like, what?
Hi everyone,
What are you talking about?
and welcome back to my channel. In today's recipe,
Oh! Now see, that's black people.
I am going to be showing you guys how to make this beautiful creamy Cajun pasta recipe. This recipe is absolutely delicious, very flavorful, and takes no time. Let me show you guys how to make it. But before I begin, don't forget to like the video if you enjoy, and let's get started.
Island vibe cooking. Okay, wait.
To begin, I am going to boil the pasta. So in a pot, I went ahead and add some water, salt, cover it, allow it to come to a boil, then pour in the pasta. Once the pasta was nice and cooked and al dente, I went ahead and drained the water and set it aside. Moving on, I have 2 chicken breasts here. And
No, please. No. Did she? No. Please tell me she saved the water. Please tell me she saved the pasta water. Oh my God.
The chicken breast is too dry. If you know how to cook it properly, trust me, you will enjoy eating chicken breast. Okay, so first thing I'll be doing is place them into this Ziploc bag. Then I am going to use a meat tenderizer to kind of flatten the breast a little bit, just so it can cook a little bit faster. Don't overdo it now.
Why should you say pasta water? TLDR, saving pasta water is a big thing, because when you are making sauces, you use that pasta water to help the sauce stick to the pasta. It's something about the starches in the pasta that helps, or in the pasta water that comes off of it when you're boiling it, that helps everything adhere to itself. So when you're making anything that's like spaghetti, or like you're flavoring the pasta with some sort of sauce or whatever, always save the pasta water and then put a little bit of that pasta water in the in whatever sauce that you're making, and it should adhere really, really well. It's kind of an important thing, and apparently Italians will get mad at you if you do that, if you throw it out.
Okay, now it's time to season the chicken breast. I am going to be adding some oil on the chicken breast first, then we can add our seasoning. Don't forget to check the description box below for the measurement. So these are the seasoning. I'm using Cajun seasoning, onion powder, garlic powder, dry parsley, paprika, and some Old Bay. You can use Old Bay on chicken as well. Read the packaging. So we're going to mix that together just like so. Then we are going to sprinkling the seasoning all over the chicken breast. And be sure to rub in the seasoning just to make sure the chicken breast comes out nice and super flavorful. So rub that in, give it a little massage if you have to.
What's the hurry?
All right, perfect. Now we have our chicken breast nice and seasoned. We are going to cook it in a skillet, non-stick skillet. You are going to be adding about 3 to 4 tablespoons of oil on there. Make sure it's nice and hot. Then you are going to place your chicken breast right on there. You are going to cook this for about 5.
Look at how crusty that is. Wow, it's a lot of seasoning. Oh my goodness. Hello?
Other side. 3 to 4 tablespoons of oil on there. Make sure it's nice and hot. Then you are going to place
Hi, Plumber. Good to see you.
chicken breast right on there. You are going to cook this for about 5 to 10 minutes. So be sure to keep an eye on it so it doesn't burn, and to make sure it's nice and cooked through. Once one side is nice and golden brown, and of course look like this, you are going to flip it over and allow the other side to be cooked. Now I'm going to remove. Ooh, look how
Right.
Ooh. Yes. So now I'm going to remove the chicken, set it aside. While it's resting, it's going to be producing more juice. It's going to be very juicy. Okay. So in the same skillet, I am going to be adding about 1 tablespoon of butter. Then we are going in with some chopped onion as well as some chopped red bell peppers.
Red bell pepper, exactly. Creamy Cajun chicken pasta is what she's making.
Of course, I am going in with some tomatoes. Yes, you are going to add some diced tomatoes in there, and we're going to cook those until they're nice and softened, and until you notice the onions are getting translucent. Then you are going to be adding your heavy cream to make this nice and creamy. Okay, and also I went ahead and add some chicken broth in there as well. Okay, what you saw was just chicken broth. I just poured in the same container as the cream, the heavy cream. Okay, so now I am going to be adding some cream cheese. I told you guys this was going to be cream
cheese.
Okay, so trust the process.
Cream cheese.
Next, I am going to add 1 teaspoon of chicken bouillon and
Bouillon.
as well as 1
Whoa, it's bouillon. Okay, bouillon. Bouillon. Okay. Are you sure that's too salty? Okay, fine. Okay.
Of Cajun seasoning. Now, if you need to add some pepper, some salt, now is the time. Okay?
More salt?
Make sure you taste it.
You are not gonna add, girl, sweetie. You're okay. Y'all are gonna. You're not gonna add a whole. You're not gonna add. You are no way. No way. You're gonna put a whole bouillon and then say add more salt. No way. No way. No way. No. I am not adding any more salt. Okay. Oh. This is why black people got high blood pressure. Okay. Like it's not genetics. It's how we cook. Ah! Oh my god! Anyway.
Add your pepper to your liking, and then that's the time for you to add your pasta in. Okay, just add that in and stir it together. Make sure the pasta is well coated with that creamy, delicious Cajun sauce. And then what you're going to do next, guys, you are going to grab your chicken, that flavorful chicken breast. You're going to grab that, cut it into bite size, however you want to cut it.
look at all that juice. No, it's gonna on a cutting board. No, the juice.
And tell me this chicken is not juicy.
It's all the juice is gonna get
I'm
a fucking.
going to place it in the pasta. Of course, I saved some for later because I like the look, the outcome when you plate the food with the chicken on top. So I added one.
It looks
and
so
then
juicy. It
I
looks
am
so
going in
good.
with some Parmesan cheese. Just pour that on there. Now, if
Oh,
you want it to
okay.
be creamy and cheesy, you can add some mozzarella cheese. But this is going to be strictly creamy. So we're just gonna keep it very creamy, okay? With a little bit of Parmesan. Anyways, this is how quick it is to make this dish at home. It is restaurant quality at its finest. It's so good. It tastes amazing. The
That looks like
flavors,
it's so good.
It's just so good.
It looks so good. Ugh, please, no. That looks so good. I would have put like the cream cheese. I feel like they easily could have been substituted with mozzarella. That might have been able to. That might have been good as well. Anyway, yeah. Where is the? Well, I'm just saying, you know, I would try it the way it is.
Give this a try.
Yeah.
And don't forget to subscribe if you're new to my channel. Also, leave a like, and I will see you all on the next. Wait, let me know if you're going to try this out, of course, and I will see you guys on the next recipe. Bye, guys.
All right, not too shabby. That was kind of good. All right, not too bad. Not too shabby. That was pretty good actually. That actually looked amazing. It's the best thing we've seen so far. Pasta, yeah, it's part of the same thing.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity.
Stir fry. Hold on. Ooh, perfect rice. Hold on.
Welcome back.
No, actually, you know what? I just use a rice cooker.
Hi, everyone.
Right. Like, what am I talking about? Just use the rice cooker. What? Orange chicken.
Hey, what's up? Today, I'm gonna show you how to make extra crispy orange chicken at home. It's brighter, it's fresher, and honestly, so...
I'm gonna look for a different orange chicken video. Let me see.
Ladies and gentlemen, restaurant quality orange chicken.
Ooh!
Surprise your friends and family when it comes down to a potluck. So we're making orange chicken today, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna make the best orange chicken ever. Next time you guys have a potluck, you make this. This is gonna be eaten first. So we got some thighs here. So thighs for the guys. Yeah, who said thighs for the guys first? Okay, I don't know who said thighs for the guys. Must have been a workout reference, I don't know. But anyways, guys, we're just gonna chop this up nicely, maybe to cubes. We're gonna half and half and half until our desired half like, right? You don't want two half because nobody likes a small orange chicken in their mouth, right? So everybody, good size, good size, good size. Just half and half and half. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. So I have never been to a potluck ever before, and I was very surprised what it was. I didn't make this. I made something else for a potluck, but I was very surprised that it was an Asian friend who invited me over for a potluck, and I was very surprised. I never knew what it was until he explained to me what it was. I was like, oh, okay, I know what it is now. And that's the story. And we made short ribs. We made honey garlic short ribs. And it was a winner. And it was a winner. Okay. How many was that? 4 or 5? Let's do 5, 6 pieces. Or you guys do a whole tray of Costco thighs if you're doing a potluck, okay? So I'm just doing just a few, like so. Okay. Once you got your 10 thighs, we got 1 tablespoon soy sauce, or 1 tablespoon and a half. Teaspoon garlic powder. Half a teaspoon onion powder. 1/4 teaspoon white pepper. You got your clean gloves. Work that in. Let this marinate for 1 hour.
An hour? Okay.
1 hour in. 1 cracked egg.
Okay.
And we make sure this egg gets worked in right in to our chicken here. All you need is 1, okay, Kevin? Put that other one back, please. Once the egg gets mixed right all around, 1 cup of cornstarch in. Now we work that cornstarch in with the chicken. Remember our finger motion when we're doing fried chicken? Just like this. Just like this, okay? Make sure every part of the chicken gets coated, okay? You hear in the background, we have peanut oil heating for about 20 minutes while we're just kind of just playing with our chicken, letting our chicken coat our cornstarch. Oil's nice and hot. Toss them in, ladies and gentlemen. Cooking time or frying time. Just because these are tiny, 3 minutes. Don't overcrowd the pool. You overcrowd the pool, it's gonna mess up everything, okay? Just fry halfway in. Three minutes in, hopefully you guys listen to me. We all know Kevin didn't listen because he threw everything all at once. So if you listen to me, your fried chicken thighs will look like this. Nice, crispy, and crunchy, juicy on the inside, ladies and gentlemen. You can hate, whine, cry, complain, don't hesitate, say this, say that. But when it comes out of my fried chicken game, you better respect my fried chicken game, all right? Toss it out. The last step we're making, our orange chicken is the salt. Tablespoon oil, 2 tablespoons minced garlic, in. 1 cup orange juice, in.
Okay.
Soy sauce, teaspoon. Sesame oil, half teaspoon. White pepper. We got 3 tablespoons of honey. The honey kind of looks weird today just because it's not weird. It's whipped honey, okay? This is whipped honey. We got a tablespoon of brown sugar, 4 tablespoons of white sugar. Yes, it's a sugar sauce. Sugar orange sauce. Let it boil up. 10 minutes in, strain. Orange chicken sauce. Right back in. Here we go. You guys can skip this step if you want, but if you guys want it restaurant grade, orange food coloring, my friend. Orange food coloring.
Food coloring? It's already orange! Food coloring? What do you mean? Food coloring? Oh my god.
Only if you want a restaurant quality, okay?
Uh-huh.
Restaurant quality color, restaurant grade, restaurant satisfaction guaranteed.
Uh-huh.
Wow. See? Restaurant quality.
Yeah, sure.
Cornstarch slur until it becomes nice and thick.
This looks easy.
This is our chicken. And this is our orange chicken sauce. What's that? Beautiful. Lastly, just take out order. You're telling me you wouldn't eat this? Oh, that's 69.
That looks so good. What? Wait, that looks so good. It didn't even look that hard. I mean, I guess it is an easy recipe, huh? Well, I don't need to see you eat it, but okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. Okay, okay. All right, I'll take that one. That one's a yes. I like that. Not too bad. See, now I want to eat something. You know what? Okay, let's do like one more video and some more exploring, and then we'll go eat. Because I'm hungry.
So good. I love pasta so much. Hi everyone, I'm Claire Saffitz. I am still here in Cape Cod visiting my family. Today I'm making a dish that I feel like feels really celebratory, really special, something that you say for like a birthday or an anniversary because it sounds really fancy, and it is fancy. It is my lobster pasta. Usually lobster pasta you see with a tomato sauce, but I'm doing kind of like a white wine sauce, sort of inspired by linguine with clams, and it really makes the most out of your summer lobster haul. Okay, one thing we haven't really touched on in all the shellfish that we've done so far is maximizing the flavor of what you're getting by utilizing the shells. So anytime you have shellfish like lobster, crawfish, shrimp, anything with shell that you're then taking out, even certain clams, I highly recommend saving them and making stock because so much of the flavor is in the shell itself and you want to extract that out. You want to, like throwing it in the garbage is just like throwing out some of the product. And for this dish, I actually don't have a ton of lobster meat. I have about like 8 ounces. It doesn't matter because it's not actually as much about the lobster meat as it is about the lobster flavor that I'm going to extract from the shells by making a quick stock. We already made lobster rolls, so check out that recipe. And this is kind of what I'm doing from the leftovers in a sense. We are always saving like any kind of shell from shellfish and just putting it in the freezer and then making a round of any kind of shellfish stock. It's just so flavorful and you get so much out of what seems like it should be garbage.
Okay.
So for the stock, I'm not making like an elaborate recipe. I'm gonna keep the flavors really simple. So I have lobster shells from about 2 lobsters, a couple stalks of celery, this like really old shriveled up onion that I found in the like pantry, some parsley stems because I'm using the leaves for the pasta, and olive oil because we're gonna fry the shells and that's gonna be a big part of extracting flavor from the shells. So for the actual pasta itself, I have a pound of fettuccine. Use any strand pasta. I would have actually preferred bucatini, but we already had this at home, so I didn't want to buy more. So I have strand pasta, some white wine, that picked lobster meat, olive oil, butter, garlic, some lemon, red pepper flakes, and salt and pepper. But before I make pasta, I'm going to kind of back up and show you how I picked the meat from the cooked lobster that were whole. So I have a little bit of a process. I think everyone kind of does it the way that they know, but I'll just give you like a little demo. So I have gloves on, 1 because I have a cut on my thumb and that's gonna hurt with like all the salt water, and 2 because just shellfish in general is like a delicate meat, and so I don't wanna like just be touching every little piece all over. So I have the cooked lobster, it's super cold, it's been chilling in the fridge. You wanna keep it as cold as possible, and I have it separated into kind of like component parts. The 2 main parts as far as meat goes are the claws and the tails. So those are where the largest quantity of meat are going to be. This is a nice sized claw. So lobsters, like crabs, have like 1 dominant claw and 1 smaller claw. And then this is the knuckle portion. So there's meat all in these little like compartments. And then there's the tail, which curls during cooking. You can straighten it out. Let's see. Also lots of meat. Then the third...
I'm so sorry. Give me a second. I just saw this pop up. I need to watch it. I'm sorry.
I grew a watermelon in a bottle.
How?
This square watermelon mold has really seen better days. But I got to thinking, couldn't anything that shape grow a square watermelon? Let's try it for science.
So if I'm being honest, I did this not thinking that it would work at all.
So I kind of put this melon in this little bucket as like a parody to my own video, but it's actually working pretty good.
Look, you can see it's starting to form the corners.
What the fuck? What?
So any suggestions you have on getting the watermelon out of the bottle, I'd greatly appreciate.
Mario Sunshine? Okay. That's really cool. All right, anyway.
Part is the body, which has the legs still attached. So there's like very minimal meat in the legs. There is some, but it's a little labor intensive to get it out. And then I'll show you in the body also, kind of along these 2 sides, like this flank and this flank, there is meat. It's pretty low yield, but anytime you get above like a 1.5 or 2 pound lobster, I think it's worth it to pick the body. So I'll show you how to do that. But most people, I think, just toss it. Sometimes, depending on the phase that the lobster is in, like if it just molted, the shell is a little bit soft, and you get something that's a little bit leathery, and then you're gonna need a pair of scissors to cut. Basically, you cut the shell rather than crack, because it's just not gonna crack because it's too soft. Fortunately, these are hard shell lobster. So I'm gonna show you how to crack the shells, get the meat out. I have a couple tools here. I have a mallet, very useful, a wooden mallet. Then I have a shellfish cracker right here, which is a little on the stiff side. Then I have like a little pick right here for helping to get the meat out. This is particularly helpful for the knuckle. You don't really have a problem with the claw or the tail. Okay, so I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna start with the tail. So when you have a lobster tail, you can cut down this center line. It's softer and thinner on, this is the underside of the tail rather than this side. So you have these kind of like multiple pieces and joints here. But what you can do is you basically like squeeze together these sort of fins on the side and crack it like this. You go kind of joint by joint. And then you can pull them apart and it will split open.
Oh my God.
So the shells I'm gonna save. And then what you wanna be able to do is get out the entire piece of tail meat out in one piece. So here it is. And I think that the cooking on these was really nice. They're fully cooked, so they're not translucent. Sometimes if you get undercooked shellfish, it maintains like a little bit of a mushy texture. These are fully cooked, but they're not overcooked. It's not rubbery. It's not like super bouncy when I press on it. It's almost like if it's like a giant shrimp, there is a kind of like cover almost, like a top piece to the tail, and then a vein that runs through the middle. So what I do is I pull off this top piece, remove that vein, which you don't want, just like you're deveining a shrimp. That's waste. And now I have just this big piece of lobster tail, which looks awesome. And I'm gonna cut it up. Rarely do you serve it whole like this. I mean, I guess you could if that's the dish, lobster tail. So I'm gonna cut down the center and then just kind of do it in big bite-sized pieces. And then that's it. I mean, look, that's probably an ounce of meat.
Okay.
The next piece I'm gonna show you is the claw. This is quite a large claw. So there's kind of a rounded
Damn,
side.
bitch, look at that fucking claw! Mr. Krabs? Damn! Look at that shit. What happened to Larry?
This is quite a
Damn!
large claw.
Oh my God! Look at that fucking! It's huge. Look at that big bitch. Damn!
Quite a large claw. So there's kind of a rounded side and a flat side. So I'm gonna put it on the flat side. You can actually break off the knuckle if you want to beforehand.
Meaty.
And I'm gonna use the mallet. What you don't want to do is crush the meat beneath the shell. So I think like a really firm whack, but don't like press it all the way into the cutting board or whatever your surface is, because you don't want the shell to get into the meat underneath. So this might take me a second to figure out how much force I'm gonna need. Ready? More than that. A little. It's gonna go flying. Paper towel. Okay, so I just cracked it. So there's a little bit of meat along, depending on the size of the lobster. For larger lobsters, there's a little bit of meat on this side of the shell, and then mostly through here and at at the base.
If you are presently unoccupied.
So what you can try to do is lift out the whole piece of meat from the claw. And then this white stuff is just kind of like protein. It's not bad, but it's just not really something that it's going to taste good. And now I'm going to just kind of slide the meat out of this piece. And keep in mind, there is kind of a piece of cartilage inside the claw. So we're going to have to take that out. So we need to get your pick in there. Loosen it. This might be controversial, but the actual claw portion, I don't love this texture, and this little piece especially tends to get overcooked by the time the rest of the lobster is done. So this isn't, to me, the best eating. It gets a little chalky. So I kind of want to take that out, actually. The rest of it's fine. I'm just going to chop this up finer, but I do want to show you that piece of cartilage that's in there. I can feel it right here. So it's kind of this flat fin that's in there. I mean, if you're just eating the lobster, see that? If you're just eating the lobster, you can eat around it, like you're just eating a whole steamed lobster. And so there's that whole piece of meat, there's nothing in it. I'm gonna chop it up. You can see that the texture of the claw meat has these it has this sort of almost crab-like texture. See how it's kind of like, there's like the little sort of fibers. Very different texture than the tail. And then this piece, I mean, I certainly don't want to waste any part of it, but it's just not that as tasty. So I'm kind of gonna chop it finer, and then it will get kind of lost in the rest of the meat.
Not even that little pinky?
I mean,
Chef's next.
Flavor, phenomenal. Texture, actually it's fine. It's just, it's the first thing that's gonna overcook in the lobster. So just know that. So then the knuckle. Sometimes it really can be easier to take a snip and just cut some of these pieces. Like if you've done king crab legs, you'll know that like often they're just slit with the scissors up sort of like the length. But it kind of depends on how hard the shell is. So I'm gonna try to crack the knuckle. So here is the first kind of piece of knuckle. This is just such a good morsel. The texture kind of splits the difference between the claw and the tail. And I just love that it's like already bite-sized. It's the perfect kind of piece to eat. And then this flat piece here also has meat in it, so crack that. This one's a little softer, so sometimes you can kind of like peel it off. And again, if you're having a difficult time, just use a pair of scissors. There's that other little piece of knuckle meat. So that goes in. That's basically it for the knuckle. Here is a body. When you're doing lobster, it's gonna like let it drain a little bit because there'll be a lot of liquid in there. This part's, if you're squeamish, you probably don't want to pick lobster, but I'm really gonna show you some of the guts. So the body has this like big, this shell is a great piece of shell. So the first thing you're gonna do is just pull off the shell. And I'm going to reserve this for stock. And now you can go ahead and snap off the legs. To me, it's like part of if you're doing a whole. These are gills. You don't want those. These are garbage. Gills are garbage. If you're doing a whole lobster, the activity and the eating, it's like entertainment and eating all at once. So part of the activity is picking the lobster. So it's like I'm sitting there. I'm gonna pick the legs. I'm gonna see what's in there because they're there. And I'm not gonna leave meat in there. If you're doing large quantities like this, it's debatable. Plus I'm gonna make stock, so this can always go into stock. But I will look at those. So here I have just kind of like the shelled body. This is called tamale. I can't remember what exactly it is. Some people eat this. You can make a sauce with it. It's not, I don't find it the most delicious. So I'm gonna take this out. If you have a female, sometimes you'll get one that has roe in it. So eggs that they laid and they'll turn bright red during cooking. That is also, can be like very prized. This is this kind of like membrane. You can pull this off. This is garbage. And now I have a kind of cleaned body where all that's left in here is cartilage and meat. All of these are gills, which I'm gonna pull off. This is the clean body where all that's really left in here is like cartilage and shell and meat. But the meat is kind of not hidden, but it's kind of contained in these like little cells that are along both sides. So I'm gonna grab my little picker. You can kind of just like scoop these little bits of meat. To me, this is very crab-like. It was an easy transition for me to pick lobsters because I grew up picking blue crab. I would go to Maryland.
Really?
My mom's from Maryland. We'd go to Delaware, visit cousins and family.
Really?
We'd always get blue crabs.
Oh
So
my
the
God,
anatomy is
Claire,
not,
wait.
like, super different. So here, this is, like, that is not a negligible amount of meat from my body. And this is from about a 2-pound lobster. So it's good. I mean, it's delicious. So if you have the patience, and I think that if you're sitting there for a meal and you're having lobster, then that's part of the fun. Then I would go ahead and pick the body. You can see like right here, this is kind of the wall of one of these little cells. So you can either like pick the shell away from it, or you can just try to scoop it out. If you don't have one of these little pickers, like a little cocktail fork or even a skewer or even a toothpick can work out well. So that's meat. There are probably like 4 of these little cells on either side, but they kind of get smaller and smaller. And you know what? Where they are is, there's more meat. Where the cells are is where the legs meet the body. So connected to here is where these little areas, little pockets of meat are. So there's one right there. I'll pull that out. So yeah, low yield, definitely different than like the tail, but that's meat, and I want to eat it. Nothing goes to waste. So I showed you how to do the different parts of the lobster. Now I'm going to go ahead and pick all of this. I got some work ahead of me. You guys want to put on some gloves?
I want to see the stock.
I'm not doing like a full-on hours-long stock. I just want to cook it long enough with a couple of aromatics that I get maximum flavor. So now with shellfish, what's really important is this kind of initial step before adding the water, where I'm going to fry the shells. So the shells I have here, it's probably from the equivalent of like 2 lobsters. And I've broken up a lot of the shells for more surface area, so you see I have some smaller pieces. And obviously this is already cooked, but we're gonna fry them and kind of darken the shells a little bit. I just think there's a lot of flavor in the shells that's fat soluble. So you get more flavor out of cooking it in fat than water, or you get a little bit of both. So I'm gonna start by frying them. And that means I need fat in the pan. I'm gonna like kind of sear them, moving them around. You can see that I broke up the shells so that they're in smaller pieces so I have more surface area, and they're gonna darken, and that oil that I'm gonna use is kind of gonna turn red from all of the shells. And then we're gonna build our stock from there. It's just a matter of adding water and a few aromatics. I have for this stock just a halved onion, a couple stalks of celery, some parsley stems because I'm using parsley in the final pasta, and some oil, and that's really it. So I'm gonna get this pot going over medium-high heat. So actually you can see, because this is in a glass bowl, that I have some liquid here at the bottom. I reserved any liquid that came out of the lobster while I was picking the meat, because there's tons of flavor in there. So I'm gonna also hold on to that and use that. I'm gonna start by adding a decent amount of oil to coat the bottom, maybe like 3 tablespoons. And I want this to kind of shimmer. I want it to be really hot. So now I'm gonna add my shells. The oil's hot. And I'm gonna add them, but I'm not gonna add the liquid at the bottom. I'm gonna hold on to that. Gonna let this cook on medium-high, tossing them frequently. You can see that the shells have, I think, have already started to take on a darker color. I want them to really fry and sizzle in the oil. And kind of toss occasionally and then just kind of let them sit there. I'm gonna add my aromatics, and I'm gonna add my lobster liquid along with water just to cover the shells. And then I'm gonna let it cook for like 45 minutes. I'm kind of making kind of a quick shellfish stock because I don't want to let it sit all day. I want to eat some pasta. So, but 45 minutes at like a brisk simmer, I'll have a pretty flavorful stock. The whole kitchen smells like lobster. It smells so good. I'm gonna add my aromatics. Just toss these in. My parsley stems and my celery. And then I'm gonna add that lobster liquid. Turn it down a little bit. Several cups of liquid. I'm gonna need more water than this. This is water plus that lobster liquid. And I just want to add more water to cover the shells. All right, so we want to bring this to a boil, and then I'll turn it down to kind of a low boil / vigorous simmer. We're just going to let this cook, again, like 45 minutes or so. I also want it to reduce during that time, so I'm not going to cover it. And then we'll start our lobster pasta. So this is the kind of thing where if you like have your, let's say you have a lobster night, you like, everyone's doing a steamed lobster, everyone eats their lobster, reserve a little bit of meat, reserve the shells. You could get this going in the morning, if you're on vacation, before you go out and do whatever activity you're doing, and then come back, and then you have all the components for lobster pasta like very ready to go. And at that point, it's a 20-minute process. I'm at high heat now just to bring it to a boil, but then I'll turn it down, and I want it to be at like a vigorous simmer / low boil for the 45-minute time. And it'll be uncovered, so it'll reduce a little bit. The only way that you would take it too far, because I'm not adding salt to this, so the only way you could take it too far is if you boil off all the liquid, and you don't want to do that. So, but it's not a very long cooking stock, so don't leave the house while it's cooking. So after about 45 minutes at like a low boil, I actually turned it up toward the end because I wanted to reduce even more. The stock is reduced by between 1/3 and 1/2, and so now I'm gonna go ahead and start prepping for my pasta. So actually what I'm gonna do over at the stove is I'm gonna literally put the stock on the back burner and bring my other pot to the front where I'm gonna start to build my pasta. So anytime I'm making pasta, especially if I'm making the quantity that I'm going to make today, which is about 1 pound, I'd like to use something with slightly higher sides, especially for strand pasta like I'm using, because when you're stirring it, they're kind of like like whipping around and it can fall out of the pot. So I still have my stock on kind of low or medium, so I'm gonna let that go. But coming back over here, I'm gonna prep for my pasta. So I'm definitely not gonna use this whole stick of butter, but I have my garlic, which I peeled. This is like about half of a large head of garlic. You could definitely use more than this. This is actually, I've cleaned out our garlic.
Hi, Dianjik.
For a dish like linguine,
Thank you for the watch streak. And welcome, Stoden.
The garlic, I will sit there and slice it on like a little mandolin or a little slicer, so I get all slices of even thickness. But for this, I'm just gonna smash it because I don't mind having the garlic in big pieces, and it's kind of like the same. You know, you get like a piece of garlic, you get a piece of lobster, and so I'm gonna brown it, but not just. I don't feel like sitting here and slicing this. This is sort of a lobster version of like a linguine clam sauce. If you do want to see that whole process and recipe, you can check it out on my Patreon. Is that our first recipe? Yeah, that was our first Patreon recipe.
What the fuck? Ugh!
I'm also going to, I think, cut up my lobster. Some of the larger pieces make it a little bit smaller just because I don't have that much. This is going to feed 4 people. And I just want smaller pieces so that it's more distributed. I had originally kind of cut up this picked lobster for lobster roll, where I want, you know, like large bite-sized pieces, but here I want it a little smaller. Not so small that it like disappears. I still want it to register that you're eating a piece of lobster, but I'm gonna cut it a little bit finer. The last thing I'm gonna chop is just my parsley, and that is going to be a finishing touch. I have a lot of parsley, and I want to use all of it. You could do like thyme or, you know, another herb, but I just want parsley. Flat leaf parsley goes so well. So I like to get everything kind of in a bundle. So I have everything prepped for the pasta. The first thing I want to do before I actually start cooking is to strain my stock, and I'm going to use this same pot for cooking the pasta. So kind of a 2-pot situation. I'm going to strain this into this bowl over at the sink. Let me grab a strainer, and then I'm going to get a little water in there for the pasta. Oh, this smells so good. It's so shellfishy that it actually really does remind me of the smell of like Maryland blue crabs, which are so good. So this big pile of shells, these are pretty much done. These are gonna go away. I like to let this really drain thoroughly over another bowl so that any liquid that's left in there, I can save. So now here's my stock. You can see that that top layer of fat is kind of golden colored because it takes on a little bit of the color from the shells. You may have noticed I didn't add any salt. I didn't really add any seasoning because the shells are salty. So I just want to taste it and see how salty it is. My God, it's so good. It's delicious. Ooh, it makes me want to really make like a, I'll write that down for the next book. Okay. So good. Ooh, delicious. So now here's the basic game plan for the pasta. I'm going to start to build my sauce in here. So fry the garlic, get that going. Then I'm going to get some water going in here. And as with a lot of dried pastas, but especially one where you're trying to like get it to soak up a lot of flavor from a liquid like linguine clams, I'm going to cook the pasta in the water like barely even halfway. I just want to cook it enough that it is flexible to the point where I can get it in this pot, and then I'm going to cook it the rest of the way in this stock so that like the flavor of the lobster is actually absorbed by the pasta as much as possible. So I'm going to get some water going, and I'm going to start heating this pan for my oil and garlic and butter. Butter is important. So with a lot of pastas, I like to start with oil and then finish with butter. And here I'm not adding cream. It's not a cream sauce, but I want the creaminess from the butter. This is going to get some water. Again, this is tap water. It's just in a jug. Let me get this front pot over medium heat. I'm gonna start with a couple of tablespoons of butter. I'm definitely not gonna use this whole stick. But I'm gonna start with
Thank
probably
God.
finish with 2 tablespoons as well. Now, as for the pasta water, which is heating up in the back, I am going to add a little bit of salt, not a lot. There's already some salt in the stock from the lobster shells. So I'm gonna get some oil in here. Call it a couple tablespoons. Get the butter in, and then I'm gonna add my garlic.
The show begins.
So I'm gonna cook this over medium heat until the garlic is softened and starting to brown a little bit. Ooh. Is that better? And while that's cooking, I'm gonna add a little bit of crushed red pepper flakes. Don't ask how old these are.
Oh my God.
So these are gonna also kind of fry in there. I don't want it to be like super spicy, but I definitely want that chili flavor in there. And I can always finish with more.
It's the best smell in the world.
It is the best smell in the world. I completely agree. The garlic is starting to turn a little bit golden. I am going to add my wine, and that's going to kind of halt the cooking. So this is going to go in. So that prevents the garlic from starting to burn, getting too dark, and the wine is going to add acidity, which is going to be important for cutting through a lot of the richness from the butter and the lobster flavor. So I'm going to let that reduce a little bit. This water's taking a long time, huh? The wine is reduced. It smells so good. I'm going to add a good portion of my stock. So call it a couple of cups. See that fat slick on the top? I definitely want that. I'm not adding all of it because I want to wait until my pasta's in there and see how much it's absorbing. If I add too much, then I risk having like too much liquid in the final pasta because the pasta doesn't absorb all of it. So this can kind of just hang out and simmer away here. I definitely don't mind if it reduces more because that's just going to concentrate the lobster flavor. I haven't added any salt, so I'm not really concerned about it being too salty. And I'm just gonna wait to drop the pasta. So for this is fettuccine. Not really my strand pasta of choice, but it'll totally work. So the instructions say how long for al dente? 12 to 14. The instructions say 12 minutes for al dente. And I probably like my pasta less cooked than most people. So I'm gonna let it go. Probably gonna take like 6 minutes or so. But again, I'm cooking it just to the point where it's flexible enough that I can transfer it in here, and everything's gonna kind of sit in the bottom of the pot, and it's gonna finish cooking in all of that lobster liquid.
Cry out my illustrious name.
The pasta water is finally boiling, so it's gonna go in. Now, I was talking about how I'm really undercooking the pasta as much as possible because I want it to absorb all of the flavors of this stock in this other pot. But I'm also undercooking it because simultaneously it's going to release more starch into my pot with the sauce instead of releasing starch into the water. And that starch is going to help thicken everything because I don't want noodles floating in liquid. I want there to be this like luxurious, slightly thickened sausage coating all of the pasta. Honestly, this is almost burns out very well. I could almost transfer it in here. I'll let it go for a few minutes. And in fact, I'm going to cover it to get it to come back to a boil. Okay, so it's been 4 minutes. So that's enough time, and it might just be that it's more flexible because it's fettuccine. But that's enough time for me to transfer this into the pot because it's flexible. So I'm going to kill the heat under the pasta. Bring the pot closer.
Good luck, and a very welcome one.
And just using tongs. For strand pasta, tongs are the best tool. All this is going to go into my pot with my lobster sauce. It's going to finish cooking in all of that stock. So I already know that I'm going to need more liquid, so I'm going to add a bit more stock. I'm going to encourage fat on the surface to get in there as well. If you're making this and the stock reduced to the point where like you need more liquid, just add water. You've already concentrated a lot of the flavor. So I'm just gonna cook this, really tossing it nearly constantly until the noodles are kind of perfectly al dente, and at that point I should have a sauce that's kind of tightened up because that starch is releasing into it. And I haven't added salt yet. At that point I'll taste it, make sure the seasoning is where I want it, and then we'll finish it off, our finishing touches, including adding the lobster. You can always add more liquid, but you can't really take it away once it is mixed in. So best to hold back liquid. You really want it to get to that point where the sauce is reduced enough and the pasta is just al dente. So they have to kind of happen simultaneously. So I think I'm gonna need a little more liquid. Add a touch more of the stock. And the reason you want to keep kind of flipping it and tossing it is because the pasta is not submerged. That would be too much liquid. But you don't want the pasta that's on the bottom, which is in the liquid, to cook faster than the stuff on top. So you want to kind of constantly be tossing it so that you're like getting all the pasta in contact with the liquid the same amount. The lobster is already fully cooked, so I don't want to put it in now because it's going to really overcook in the time that it takes for the pasta to be done. So I'm just really going to do that at the end. Off the heat, really. The flavor development's happening now with the stock, and the lobster is just there for like little lobster morsels when you're eating it. I'm gonna turn down the heat actually, and I'm really happy with the consistency in here. You can see that the sauce has tightened up a little bit. It's reduced, and that starch from the pasta has given it sort of a like tighter texture, really coating the strands better. I'm gonna add some finishing touches. I'm gonna add more butter. So butter is not just gonna give flavor, but butter, when you add it to a pasta at the end, it's gonna further kind of tighten up the sauce. It's like a glaze. It's gonna just emulsify into the liquid that's already in there and give this beautiful gloss to the pasta, but then also flavor. All right, I'm actually gonna get it off of the burner. I'm gonna bring it over here. So one thing that I realized about pasta, mostly from just eating a lot of pasta, is that it's not necessarily optimal to serve it like super boiling hot from the pot. Let it hang out for a second and cool slightly. That is actually gonna further help that sauce to tighten up. And if you get to this stage and it looks a little dry, perfect opportunity to add a splash of stock if you have any left. If you don't have any left, water is fine too. So this looks so good, so glossy. And now I'm gonna add my lobster.
What the fuck is that?
It's still a little bit cold from the fridge, so that's gonna drop the temperature and it will warm up the lobster. So that's gonna go in. I'm also gonna add along with that a couple of fresh red pepper flakes for a little bit of heat. And I'm gonna add my parsley. So I have that chopped parsley, that's gonna go in. Still haven't added any salt. I think it's pretty well seasoned. All right, I'm gonna add a little splash of this. And finally, well, not really finally, but almost finally, a little bit of lemon. I think it's the kind of thing where it's like maybe one squeeze of lemon for the whole pot, and then you can serve it with a wedge of lemon if people want to add more. So there's like a kind of a tenet of like Italian cooking. It's something I mentioned when we were making the clam pizza. If you check out that episode, it's like an Italian cuisine. You don't really see mixing of shellfish or fish and dairy. So like no cheese, for example, on linguine clam sauce. I don't really hold like hard and fast to that rule, but I'm not going to put cheese on this. I just don't think it needs it. You definitely could though. If you're like, I want cheese on my pasta, then great. First of all, it's delicious. Second of all, maybe a little salt. But I'm glad I didn't add any additional salt up until this point, neither to the stock nor to the pasta water. Maybe a little more lemon. And then I think once it's in the bowl, I'm gonna give it a final drizzle of olive oil, just kind of like for gloss.
Even better than I imagined.
It doesn't feel overly fatty with the amount of oil and butter in here. This is like, I think, a really nice sauciness. There's not like pooling liquid, but it's definitely not dry. It's like it's saucy, but not wet. This is how much pasta I like to start with eating. It's nice to garnish with, I think, a little bit of the lobster pieces. Maybe a little extra lemon wedge if so desired. And then a little bit of olive oil. It's 5:02. I ate lunch exactly 2.5 hours ago, and I'm prepared to eat this bowl of pasta. So now it's time to taste it. And this is where, like, now it's been off the heat for a couple minutes. Now is when you really want to eat it. I just love the idea that, like, this feels so luxurious. Like, make this for an anniversary or a birthday, but I kind of made it from scraps. Like, I had the pasta already, but it was from shells from lobster that I already picked. I just saved a little bit of the meat, and it's just so delicious and so lobstery. And it's not really about the lobster itself. It's all about that stock and the flavor that you get from the shells. So I guess part of the message is don't throw out shellfish shells because you can make beautiful pasta. You could do the exact same thing with shrimp, by the way. When I make food like this, I feel like should I open a restaurant? It's so good. A nice amount from the chili, but kind of just in the background, not overwhelming. You don't like taste lemon, but it's kind of a nice brightness to cut through everything. I love a little bit of parsley. Actually, I think there could be more parsley, which I chop more. But mostly it just tastes like lobster, and it's so good. Pasta is perfectly cooked, totally done, but really still firm, al dente. All right, I'm definitely gonna eat the rest of this pasta. It's kind of our last one from Cape Cod. I'm headed back to New York soon, and this is like the best way to kind of send off all of our Cape Cod episodes. So thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Thank you, Claire.
And catch more episodes where we're kind of be like getting a little bit out and about in the world, exploring stuff, seeing stuff grown, looking at our ingredients, and then cooking them. That's all. I have to save this for my parents to have dinner.
This fucking doofy outro music.
Ooh, it makes me want to really make like a lobster corn chowder.
Oh, I wanted to watch this one.
Have you ever wondered why your burrito bowl at Chipotle doesn't taste like it used to? In this video, we'll break down all of Chipotle's original old school recipes. We'll explore the traditional Mexican dried pepper paste that is the key to unlocking Chipotle's original flavor. And I'll reveal all the secret ingredients missing from nearly every recipe online. Here's everything we'll discuss today: cilantro lime rice, fajita veggies, Chipotle adobo pinto beans, roasted chili corn salsa, char-grilled adobo marinated chicken thighs, the original cheese mixture they no longer use, and Chipotle's guacamole. If you've made an online Chipotle knockoff recipe, you may have noticed you're not getting the depth of flavor you tasted in the original recipe. This is because most people instruct you to use canned Chipotle in adobo sauce. But what sets the original recipe apart from internet interpretations is the use of a traditional Mexican adobo marinade. So, what exactly is an adobo sauce? Adobo refers to a paste or sauce made from dried chiles and other aromatics or vegetables. This thick paste is used as a base for a ton of dishes in traditional Mexican cuisine. And it's a homemade adobo sauce that will make all the difference in getting the original Chipotle flavor. But what dried peppers does Chipotle use for their adobo? You'll see several different varieties at most grocery stores: pasilla, ancho, guajillo, arbal, and they all have their various uses. But Chipotle, as its name implies, uses a dried version of the jalapeno pepper called a chipotle. And you'll probably encounter two different types of dried chipotle at most grocery stores. The first is called chipotle meco. These are closely related to the type of pepper Chipotle uses, but mecos are dried and smoked for a ridiculously long time, which gives them an intensely earthy and deeply smoky flavor that's a little too overpowering for Chipotle's flavor. What we're looking for is the cousin of Chipotle meco called Chipotle morita. These are picked a little earlier than mecos, and they're dried and smoked for a much shorter time. Their flavor is a lot sweeter and not as smoky as Chipotle meco. When you're buying dried chiles, you want to make sure they're pliable like this. If you find your chiles are brittle and break or crumble when you bend them, they're too dehydrated and should be discarded. To prepare the adobo sauce, here I'm starting with 8 ounces of dried moritas. We'll begin by snipping off the stems from each chile if they have one. Next, we'll cut each one in half lengthwise to remove all of the seeds and ribs from each chile. It's not necessary to get every last seed, but you want to get out as much as you can because the seeds don't blend well and they're sometimes very bitter. Once you've cleaned up all the peppers, heat your largest pan over medium heat, add the dried chiles to the pan, and stir continuously until the peppers are fragrant, usually about 4 to 5 minutes. The reason we toast the dried chiles before cooking them is because this will activate some of the essential oils and bring out lots of complex flavors. Next, we'll add the toasted chiles to a large bowl and fully submerge them in hot water. Then cover the bowl with plastic wrap and rehydrate the chiles for about 15 to 20 minutes. After the chipotles have plumped up, strain them and set the rehydrated chiles aside. For the garlic, Mexican cooks have a unique way of roasting their cloves. Because of its harshness, raw garlic is not typically used in traditional Mexican cuisine, so they'll generally roast or blanch it before adding it to dishes. What they'll do is heat a dry pan over medium heat and add the individual cloves with the skin on to take out the harsh bite of raw garlic and give it a nice, mellow, smoky flavor. You'll just turn the garlic cloves every few minutes until they're well charred on the outside. The entire process usually takes about 10 to 15 minutes. You'll know the garlic is done when the skin is blackened all over and the cloves are slightly softened. When you're finished, remove the skin from each clove and you can store the roasted garlic in a covered container in the fridge for about a week. To make Chipotle's original adobo sauce, we'll start by adding 1 1/4 cups of water to a blender or food processor. Then toss in all the rehydrated chiles, 4 to 6 cloves of roasted garlic, 1 teaspoon of cumin powder, half a teaspoon of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of oregano, and 1 tablespoon of Morton's kosher salt. And a quick note on the oregano and salt. In spite of popular belief, Chipotle does not use Mexican oregano in their dishes. They use McCormick's Mediterranean oregano. And for salt, they use Morton's coarse kosher salt in all their recipes. So that's what we're using for this video. Now, I offer my sincere condolences if all your smoothies start tasting like Chipotle, but you'll just blend the adobo over medium speed until you have a mixture with no large chunks in it. If the sauce doesn't seem to be coming together, you may need to add a splash of additional water. And you might be wondering why I'm instructing you to make such a large batch of adobo. The reason is because it's quite labor intensive. So it's always smarter to make much more than you need because you can section it down into smaller portions and freeze the rest for future use. The adobo will keep for about a month in the fridge and it'll stay good in the freezer for about a year. Now, for the chicken, Chipotle uses boneless, skinless chicken thighs. And they use chicken thighs because they're virtually indestructible and extremely difficult to overcook. So here I've got 2 pounds of chicken thighs. To prepare them, you'll just trim off any excess bits of tough fat or gristle you find. Then take the Ziploc bag and turn the tops out like this so the marinade won't get on the sealing part, and add the chicken to the bag. Then, in a small bowl, mix in 1/4 cup to 1/2 cup of the adobo marinade along with 2 tablespoons of white distilled vinegar and 1 tablespoon of honey and whisk them together. And these are the 2 secret ingredients almost everyone misses when making their Chipotle chicken at home. The addition of vinegar adds a bit of brightness and acidity to the marinade and acts as a brine to tenderize the chicken even further and help keep it extra juicy. And even though Chipotle no longer uses honey in their chicken marinade, it was included in the original recipe to make the chicken a bit sweeter and less spicy than their steak. Then pour the marinade over the chicken in the bag and make sure all the pieces are coated in the adobo. And you'll want to marinate it for about 8 to 12 hours. Just be sure to keep it refrigerated the entire time. Now, one of the things that sets Chipotle apart from other restaurants is that they prepare all their proteins on a large flat-top grill. What this does is help ensure they get a nice charred flavor over the entire surface of their meats. If you've ever wondered how to recreate this effect at home, I recommend using a carbon steel griddle like this one from today's video sponsor, Made In. One of the most impressive things about Made In's carbon steel with kosher salt while they're cooking. Now, when you're ready to cook the chicken, start by heating your cooking surface to 350 to 400 degrees. And Chipotle sprays sunflower oil on the griddle for their chicken, but any neutral oil will work. Once the oil is hot, add the marinated chicken thighs smooth side down. Another unique thing Chipotle does is to sprinkle only one side of the chicken with kosher salt while they're cooking.
What?
So
Why?
Season all the thighs with salt and brown them until they develop a nice char. I believe Cooking with Chris, who is a former employee of Chipotle and has a great channel you should check out, says the color they look for is that of a Dr. Pepper can. You're looking for a deep mahogany color with some
looks so
blackened
good.
spots.
Oh
So
my
when your
God.
thighs are well browned on the skin side, flip them over and continue cooking until the thighs are at least 175 degrees. I prefer mine to go to about 185. And I know this is a bit hotter than you're used to, but chicken thighs benefit from a little more heat. It helps the collagen in the dark meat break down even further, ensuring they stay extra tender. Just don't go past 210 degrees and you'll be fine. After the chicken is done, remove the thighs from the griddle and allow them to rest for about 10 minutes. This will help the juices redistribute. When you're ready to cut the chicken, you always want to place them smooth side down. It's much easier to cut chicken with the skin side facing down. Now slice each of the thighs into approximately 3/4 inch strips. Then turn the strips 90 degrees and cut them into 3/4 inch cubes. And this is the original method Chipotle once used to prepare their adobo marinated chicken. If you're preparing this in advance, you can store the chicken in a covered container in the fridge for about 3 to 5 days. Now, before we delve into all the other dishes, we need to address a key ingredient Chipotle uses in nearly
Lime?
everything that almost everyone gets wrong: citrus juice. I think when most people online see cilantro lime rice on their menu, they assume it's just lime juice, but Chipotle uses a blend of lemon and lime juice. If you look at their website, it states 1 gallon of citrus juice at our restaurants is made with about 63 limes and only 25 lemons. I've experimented with a bunch of different ratios to get the proper flavor, and I found that 2 small limes for every 1 large lemon taste exactly like the samples I picked up at Chipotle. When you're making your batch, just make sure to strain it to get all the pulp and seeds out of it, and you can
Okay.
store the citrus juice in the fridge for about a month. And the first dish we'll use the citrus juice in is the adobo pinto beans, but we'll need to prepare them first. So here I've got 1 pound of dried pinto beans. You'll want to pick through them and remove any broken beans or small stones. Then in a small bowl, add 2 tablespoons of kosher salt and a cup or 2 of water. Whisk just enough to dissolve the salt and then pour the salted water over the beans. Now pour in more fresh water so the beans are completely submerged and covered by about 2 inches of water. The salt will help the beans absorb the water more evenly, which will prevent your beans from bursting when we cook them. And you don't
Okay.
have to refrigerate the beans while they're soaking, just put them in an out-of-the-way space for about 8 to 12 hours to properly hydrate. While our beans are soaking, it's a perfect time to prepare the cilantro lime rice. But what type of rice does Chipotle use? Most of the people at the restaurant I've spoken with tell me they see 50-pound bags of producer brand extra fancy long grain white rice. The
Oh.
problem is that this brand isn't commercially available. But a handful of people have told me they've seen Riceland brand enriched long grain white rice at their location. And Riceland is available nearly everywhere, so this is what I recommend. Although any brand of long grain white rice should work fine. To prepare it, we'll start by washing the rice under several changes of running water until it runs clear. This will remove some of the surface starch that causes the rice to clump together. And there's no real trick to how Chipotle prepares their rice except the fact that they add oil and bay leaves while they're cooking it. So in a large pot or rice cooker, add 2 cups of washed white rice, 1 tablespoon of neutral oil, 2 bay leaves, and enough water to cook the rice. We add bay leaves to the rice to avoid adding the entire bay tree, or laurel tree, whatever it's called. And then you'll just cook the rice according to the package instructions. After it's done, remove the cooked rice to a large bowl and pour over 2 tablespoons of neutral oil. Then stir it in until the oil has coated all of the rice. Next, in a small bowl, add 1 1/4 teaspoons of kosher salt, 2 tablespoons of chopped cilantro, and 2 tablespoons of citrus juice. Whisk until the salt is dissolved and pour the mixture over the rice. Stir until everything is well incorporated and adjust the seasoning with extra salt and citrus juice. And this is the exact recipe for Chipotle's cilantro lime rice. After it's cooled off, you can store the rice in a covered container in the fridge for about 3 to 5 days. Now, back to the beans. When they're finished soaking, rinse them off with cold running water. Pick out any broken ones you see.
I always love shots like this.
Finished soaking and are in the fridge.
I always love shots like this because that means they opened up the refrigerator, put the camera in there, and then reopened the refrigerator and put the food in there, and then opened the refrigerator again to get the food and the camera out.
For about 3 to 5 days. Now, back to the beans. When they're finished soaking, rinse them off with cold running water. Pick out any broken ones you see and set the soaked beans aside. Then add some neutral oil to a small pan over medium heat. Toss in half a cup of finely diced yellow onion, sweat the onion until it's translucent, and remove it from the heat. Then add
Right,
the
oven
soaked
shots. Yeah, oven shots, exactly. Yeah.
rinse beans to a large pot or pressure cooker along with the onion, 2 tablespoons of the adobo sauce, 2 bay leaves, 1 teaspoon of kosher salt, and 1 slice of bacon. And this is one of the things almost everyone misses when they're attempting to recreate the original flavor of Chipotle's pinto beans at home. They used to add bacon to the cooking liquid with the beans, but they went completely vegan with their recipe several years ago. The bacon is optional, but if you're seeking the original smoky flavor of Chipotle's pinto beans, toss in a strip when you're cooking them. Then add enough water to cover the beans by about 2 inches. I'm using 6 cups here for my pressure cooker. If you're doing this in a pot, you may need to add more water. Then just cook the beans until they're done. It takes roughly 15
What's your Chipotle order? I will show you after this video.
minutes in a pressure cooker, and it will likely take about an hour or 2 on the stovetop. When the pintos are finished cooking, test them to ensure they're done and season the cooked beans with 2 tablespoons of citrus juice and 5 teaspoons of kosher salt. Taste the beans to make sure they're well seasoned and adjust with more citrus juice and salt. Once they're cool, the beans can be stored in a covered container in the fridge for about 5 to 7 days. For the roasted chili corn salsa, Chipotle uses frozen sweet corn with roasted poblano peppers. They just thaw it out and toss it with the seasoning and aromatics. It's a simple recipe and it's super easy to make at home. If you want to use fresh corn on the cob, you'll start by heating the broiler on your oven to high. Then line a small pan with aluminum foil and oil 4 corn cobs. Place the corn under the broiler and turn them every few minutes until they're blackened all over. It usually takes about 25 to 30 minutes. When they're done, allow the cobs to cool a bit, then cut off the kernels and set them aside. Conversely, if you don't feel like messing with fresh corn, you should also be able to find frozen fire-roasted corn and roasted corn in a can at most grocery stores. These are what I use most often. Next up is the roasted poblano. It's the same process as the corn, but we'll need to steam and clean the pepper after we roast it. So let's start by heating our broiler on high and lining a small baking sheet with tinfoil. Then oil the poblano all over and place it under the burners. Turn the pepper every few minutes until the skin is blackened all over. It generally takes about 10 to 15 minutes. When you're done, place the pepper in a covered container or a bowl with plastic wrap and let it steam for about 10 more minutes. This steaming loosens the skin on the pepper and will make it much easier to remove. Once your poblano has cooled slightly, remove the skin by peeling it off all over the pepper. Now remove the stem and open the pepper to clean out any seeds or veins you see inside. Then you'll just roughly chop the flesh of the poblano into small pieces. And you can store the roasted pepper in a covered container in the fridge for about a week. To prepare the chili corn salsa, we'll start by adding 14 ounces of corn to a large bowl. Then toss in 1 tablespoon of roasted poblano pepper, a 1/4 cup of medium diced red onion, 1 tablespoon of finely diced jalapeno, 1 tablespoon of chopped cilantro, 4 teaspoons of citrus juice, and 1.5 teaspoons of kosher salt. Mix everything well, give the corn salsa a taste, and adjust the seasoning with more citrus juice and salt. And you can store the chili corn salsa in a covered container in the fridge for about 5 to 7 days. Now, for the fajita veggies, it's not technically a recipe, it's a ratio by weight of bell peppers to onions. Chipotle uses 3 parts green bell pepper for every 2 parts red onion, and they slice them both into roughly 1/4 inch strips. So let's begin by heating some neutral oil in a large pan over medium-high heat. When you're up to temp, toss in 2 sliced green bell peppers and 1 small sliced red onion. Leave the fajita veggie mix alone for about 2 minutes to let it caramelize slightly. Then stir the vegetables and leave them alone for another couple of minutes. And just keep cooking them until they've got some color but aren't totally limp and
Am I
soggy.
pulling a guide?
You want them to have a bit
kind
of
of,
crunch and texture still. When you're done, kill the heat and season the fajita veggies with 3/4 teaspoon of kosher salt and a 1/4 teaspoon of oregano. Stir the salt and oregano into the veggies and adjust the seasoning with extra salt if necessary. And you can keep the fajita veggies in a covered container in the fridge for about 5 days. Next up is Chipotle's guacamole. And this is one of the things I don't feel is worth the extra money at the restaurant because it's so easy to make at home. So we'll start by adding the flesh of 2 small avocados to a large bowl. Then toss in 2 tablespoons of chopped cilantro, a 1/4 cup of diced red onion, 1 tablespoon of finely diced jalapeno, 2.5 teaspoons of citrus juice, and 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salt. Then mash everything together and keep stirring the mixture until it has a smooth consistency. Give the guacamole a taste and adjust the seasoning with extra citrus juice and salt if necessary. And the guacamole will last for about 2 to 3 days in a covered container in the fridge. Now, I don't know how many of you have noticed this, but Chipotle changed its cheese mixture several years ago, and I believe the previous version was way better. They currently use straight Monterey Jack, but they grate their cheese from a large block. The reason grating your cheese is superior to buying the pre-grated stuff is that block cheese doesn't include any of the starches companies use as an anti-caking agent to prevent it from clumping together. This can sometimes dilute the flavor and make the cheese kind of gritty. So if you dig their current offering, definitely go with a nice block of Monterey Jack and grate it at home. But if you like Chipotle's original cheese better, which I do, the old version was a blend of white cheddar and Monterey Jack. Only the Chipotle OGs will remember this. To make it at home, you'll just take 1 part white cheddar and 1 part Monterey Jack and grate them on the largest holes of your box grater, then toss them together. The cheese mixture should keep in the fridge for a couple of weeks. And one last note while we're chilling in the dairy section. If you like sour cream on your burrito bowl, Chipotle uses Daisy brand full-fat sour cream, which should be available pretty much everywhere. Now, to prepare the burrito bowls, start by layering some of the cilantro lime rice on the bottom of a large bowl. Then toss in the fajita veggies, the adobo pinto beans, some roasted chili corn salsa, the adobo marinated chicken thighs, the shredded cheese mixture, and top it off with the guacamole. And if you want the authentic Chipotle restaurant experience of making one of the bowls, pretend to be a manager writing up one of the workers if they accidentally serve you even a single gram of anything extra. And these are all the original Chipotle recipes. But very quickly before our taste test, I want to show you how to make the Chipotle honey vinaigrette because people go crazy over this stuff. So let's start by adding 5 tablespoons of red wine vinegar to a small blender or food processor. Then toss in 3 tablespoons of honey, 1 tablespoon of water, 1 tablespoon of kosher salt, and 1.5 teaspoons of the Chipotle adobo paste. Blend for about 20 seconds and then slowly drizzle in 15 tablespoons of neutral oil. Once the mixture is emulsified, pour it into a small bowl and season with 3/4 teaspoon of black pepper and 1/2 teaspoon
black pepper
of oregano. Whisk the pepper and oregano into the vinaigrette and adjust the seasoning with extra vinegar, honey, salt, adobo, or black pepper if necessary. And you can store the Chipotle honey vinaigrette in a covered container in the fridge for about 2 weeks. Just make sure you shake it well before using because it will separate. All right, back to the taste test. I know eating out has gotten very expensive lately, but this video will make you about a week's worth of food and should save you a ton of money. And if you want to learn how to make traditional Thailand-style pad thai at home, make sure to check out this video. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
So I'm sitting in a room right now that I...
Okay. Before we do that, let's go ahead and let's make perfume. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay.
Port Ormos is currently organizing a flower exhibition.
That strange smell around here.
She fucking... Okay, here's what I have to say about Emily. You'll see in a second.
Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. Allow yourself to be consumed by your emotions, and you lose the ability to think rationally. I'm Emily, a perfumer from Fontaine. Reconstitute! should brighten up the
Okay. This eats. This is so good and background worthy. This you know what this is giving me? This is giving me, what's it called? Peach Blossom? Her Peach's Final Smash? Yeah. It just looks so good. I'm so in love with this. I keep thinking about it. I love her high heels. I love this shot. I don't know if I love her voice. I don't know if I love her kit. But I think I kind of get it. You know, I kind of get it. You know what I mean?
This should brighten up the place.
The hero from another world, supported by their companions, shall restore peace to the world.
The chubby paper hamster just talked.
Morning. Huh? It wasn't just a dream?
But this Nickel Mata friend of yours, she doesn't eat hamsters, does she?
I remember I was reading a book at the Grand Bazaar. Well,
oh wow, this new
I woke
outfit.
up just like this.
So this is what it feels like to ride a toy train.
You're really easy to please, Navia.
What's Nabia even doing here? Can I be honest? I love Nabia, but what is she doing here? What?
Choo-choo! Aerial Express moving out.
Ooh, that's an adventure and a half. Do
Wow.
all storybook heroes have to work this hard?
If you actually expect me to answer them all, we'll be here until the next Interdarshan Championship. To find the dragon responsible for this whole mess.
Are women and all that'll go out anymore? No, it's just that Nabia has so much screen time. Had so much screen time already. Like if you check and you see how much characters get to talk and communicate and speak or whatever, she has a lot of screen time. And I just figured with these events that it's good to give characters that don't have as much time on screen some time to shine. But I mean, we can already take up popular characters already and put them on screen too. That's fine. Anyway, thank you so much to Marcello for the 31 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. She I mean, you know, we do love Nabia, but I would have been down with somebody else too, you know, let somebody else get a little slice of the pie, you know, I've been down with that. The music is really good. I love this part.
To think rationally. I'm Emily, a perfumer from Fontaine. Reconstitute! This should brighten up the place.
Can't wait till that comes out. I cannot wait till that comes out. I love these demo themes so very much. What was that one? It was the 4.3 demo? Which one was it? I think it was the, was it this one? Yeah, this is the one.
Here's the director.
Props and lighting set the scene. Actors can get their...
Everyone!
Nice to meet you. I am Navia, the president, leader, commander-in-chief, executive director, and boss of Spina di Rosula. Hey there! Fellow warfare, I guess. Fire! All right.
I really love this demo. It's actually really good.
Cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready.
Oh, Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Props and lighting set the scene. Actors can get their makeup done. Extras go over your positions. Camera ready. Get the clapperboard. Actors to your positions. Lights. Camera. Action.
Enough, villain. Pay for the death of our mother.
You're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me?
Your crimes are evident.
Oh, we're gonna turn it off. Sorry. Wait. This gives me so much joy. Okay, this is like... Oh, I love that. Wait, let me hear the Emily one. Wait, what? These are really good. I didn't know how good these were. These trailer songs are really good. Oh, they're actually really good. I really enjoy these. What the fuck? Not the fucking fight theme in the background. Are you crazy? Wait. Wait. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. How do I say this? How do I say this properly? Like, like they know these characters are gonna be out like way ahead of time, so they have a lot of time to work on these, right? But I just I can almost cry. It makes me want to cry, actually. Like, you're so good. You're so good at making bangers. How do you creatively keep doing it over and over and over and over again? How do you make these themes so distinct? And then these are remixes from the original themes, and they all come together and these really cool demos. You don't even pay attention to the music in the demos because you're paying attention to everything else. And because the visuals and the news and the hype and the event and the But it's so good, and they transition between so many different moods, and you can hear it, and it's just, and there's so many different events that come out every 2 weeks that they just keep coming out with these, you know what I mean? And it's good, and I just find it so ridiculously impressive that they're just able to keep doing that repeatedly for so many different characters and scenarios on top of already having the base OST. This is outstanding. I like, what? Maybe I anecdotally have only had a couple of good ones, but like, what the fuck? All of these have been amazing. What is going on? These are so good. What? Okay, like one or two more. I was about to say, what the hell is Nilo doing there? It'd be so fucking funny if they like transition to Siegewin. This is why I can't watch demos, like stuff, before I actually do them. Because, what? Did you guys see this before you did the story quest? What the fuck? There's no way they showed this before the story quest. Oh. Huh? What? it's just insane. It's just fucking insane. It's just insane. No. Can I get something a little more fun? Where's the fun? Where's the fun? One second. This is amazing. Let me see him. Absurd. These are all so good. Hold on, let me see. I'll watch it. I'll listen to it. What y'all doing in here? Why you look so nervous? What's Nouvellette? What's going on? What is it? Afterglow? What's going on? It's Narvalette. Hi, dude. Looking to you. This brings me so much joy. I'm loving this. You know what's funny? This unit ran only once in Fontaine. Isn't that hilarious? Isn't that funny? Okay, one more. Nope, that's a good one. Okay, two more actually. You see that? That is top 5 character in the game. At least top 10, top 10, top 10. Ooh. Wait. This character is gorgeous. When's our rerun? Oh my god. You know what sucks? It's like, it's so funny. Like, I honestly legitimately think that she's like, some people say that she's not good, which is so weird to me. I really do think that she's like overall top 10. Like, I think she's so good. I think this character is just so good. Like, she's great. I love her. Like, I just, she's one of those valuable pulls in this game. Like, okay. Insane. Just so good. So good. So good. Just next customer. Woo, she's good. Ooh. Ooh. She enables a type of team, but I argue that's too niche. Be enable an entire playstyle by yourself? I guess you could say that. I could see that opinion. Let's see. Wow, all of these were great. All these 4.0, these 4.0 trailers. Wait. Let me hear it. Wait. She said, like, she said, Oh, Kooky. Really? I didn't know that. Wait, I want to see Nahitas. I want to see Nahitas. Now! Let me hear. Hi, Udon. Wait. What is that from? Wait. You know what I hear? You know what I hear, right? You know what I hear, right? Like, do you know what I'm hearing? Do you know what I'm hearing? Like, I know it's not what it is, but you know what I'm hearing? Wow. Okay. That gave me a little bit of Song of the Ancients. Just a smidgen. Just a smidgen around here. Right there. Right there. I don't know why that made me hear that, but yeah. Oh my god. Very good. Okay. I gotta hear it one more time. I'm sorry. I need to hear it one more time. I need to hear it one more time. It's so good. I just don't understand. It's so good. It's so good. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's just okay, I have to say this right now, right? All of these are so good. 4.0, 4.8. Is this the last trailer for is this actually the last trailer? Is this the last trailer for Fontaine? Is that it? No. No, please. No. No. I just got here. I'm sorry. I'm so in love, man. Like, it just, I'm just in love. Let's make some perfume. Okay. Floral, huh? Sweet, elegant, and mild. Mm-hmm. Okay. Are we coloring? Oh, goodness. I have to unlock green? No. Oh, if it's for Nabia, then... There we go. Is it done? How do I finish it? Okay.
Show them, Sondrion!
Oh my god. Wait. Kinematic, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Hi all, good to see you. Welcome. I'm Ace, and I love making perfume. And it gets an impact. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. Welcome all. Welcome. Just settle right on in. You just kind of missed me going through all of the 4.0 trailers, listening to all the music. I was very gagged. Some of the best music I've heard. I absolutely amazed. I might watch the 3.0 ones too. I'm not sure what they're gonna sound like though, but I might take a peek. Cool, clear, and neutral. Would you like this? Well, I don't want to share it, but did you not like it? So what am I supposed to do? What's the condition? Do I just what am I doing? How do I get the rewards? Make 3 bottles of perfume. Okay. Send 1 bottle of perfume to your companion. Okay. How am I? Oh, I'm doing great. Oh, I'm doing absolutely great. I wanted to do some exploring in Genshin earlier because I'm trying to get as many primos as I can for Yelan because she's my favorite character, and I've been playing for this game for about 6 months, and I was excited to get all these other preliminary characters like a Farina and a Clorinde and a couple of characters to make my account good. And I wasn't expecting Yelan till like, I don't know, December or something. But instead of rerunning Risley, they decided to run Yelan. And so now I'm kind of like in emergency mode, and I'm like, oh great. That's exactly what I needed to happen. Yay. Share the fragrance report at least once. Okay. How do I share the fragrance report? Why isn't the current stream bots available to watch right now? Oh, hold on, wait. That's a great question. I'll have to figure that out. Okay, hold on. I know, see, like, they're so nasty. They're so nasty because, like, right around now is the time that nobody... What do you mean incorrect formula? How do I make it correct? Huh? Oh, what the heck? When did this get here? What? 3 advanced plant cards can be used to synthesize... Okay, so... This one... Ooh. Wait, hold on. I don't know how to do this. Hold on. So, is this what I'm doing? And thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. What the heck am I doing? Okay. What? Oh, this is like a multi-day thing. Okay, I see what's going on. Claim 2 commission rewards daily. Use 40 resin daily. I just did that. What? Okay, well. We'll come back to this then. All right. Isn't there a Jade web event too? Oh, there is? Okay, I'll have to get to that one. All right, back to this. It's a little unfortunate at the timing that Siegewin and Emily had, because I do think they're both actually quite great. Emily, I've warmed up. I'm like, okay, fine. I see the purpose. I see the design. I see what's going on here. I don't hate it. But yeah, timing is really not good for them at all. What do you mean, Yalan and Nilu and Farina and Navia? Huh? Huh? Such not good timing. Please. All right. Anyway, what am I doing? Mail, primo gems. I'll take them. Now, what was I gonna do? I think I was gonna be right back. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna be right back and grab a snack because we've been watching so many food videos. So let me go ahead and do that, okay? And for those of you, oh hey, Lucky Charms, good to see you. And for those of you who just joined, thank you for being here. As I be right back, if you are gonna head out, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the raid from Ken as well. Thank you so much. But I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Okay, so just give me a second. BRB.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity.
It's been getting quite busy recently.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Come take a look. There'll definitely be something that catches your eye.
Today's recommendation is the steak.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Today's recommendation is the steak.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfenbach.
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Come take a look.
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. And a radish veggie soup.
I guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Today's recommendation is the steak.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Haven't you
Star Snatch Clip is known for its
Which should I choose?
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Don't want to add to Anthony's troubles. And a rash veggie
I guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Today's recommendation is the steak. Fountain, hear my wishes.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Which should I choose?
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? I guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Today's recommendation is the steak. Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfen.
Which should I choose?
Today's recommendation is the steak. Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views.
Welcome. How can I help you? Which should I choose?
Haven't you heard?
Today's
There's a
recommendation
strange wanderer
is the steak. Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Which should I choose?
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Which should I choose?
Today's recommendation is the steak.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Today's recommendation is the steak. Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much.
Should I choose? Today's recommendation is the steak. Star Snatch Cliff is
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Which should I choose?
Is the Take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Fontaine. Here are my wishes.
Haven't you
Should
heard?
I choose?
There's
Star
a strange
Snatch
wanderer
Cliff's
near
nation
Wolfendom.
is the steak.
And a radish veggie soup.
Come take a look. There will
Today's
definitely be
recommendation
something that catches
is
your
the
eye.
steak.
Guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Don't want to add to Anthony's troubles.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Which should I choose? Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views. It's been getting quite busy recently.
Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Here are my wishes.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial park.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views.
Which should I choose?
Is the steak.
Don't want to add to Anthony's troubles.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your
Today's
eye.
recommendation is the steak. Star Snatch Cliff is known for its
Guess
views.
I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Here are my wishes.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Today's Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views. Steak.
I guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Fontaine. Here are my wishes.
It's been
Haven't
getting
you
quite
heard?
busy recently.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Which should I choose?
Fontaine. Here are my wishes.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Something that catches your eye.
Which should I choose?
You're also here for Mondstadt's wine, aren't you?
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Definitely be something that catches your eye. Welcome. How can I help you? Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Welcome. How can I help you? Come take a look. There will definitely be something.
I'm back, and I left Farina unmuted, didn't I? Yep. Okay. All right, I am back. I need to check something real quick. I need to see if I have enough characters for Imaginarium Theater, which I assume do. I do not. At all. So let's check. Okay, let's see. Let me get my ass over here. I might just not get the rewards this season. Honestly, I don't know why I'm stressing so much about like 2 primo gems for this. Man. Hello.
When knowledge is condensed into written form, it is always limited by the writer's perspective and interests. So if we want to learn the truth of this mysterious domain, we'll just have to explore it for ourselves. But then again, I'm lucky that I get to do the exploring together with my cutie.
The tweets are saying they're going to add 2 more floors to the theater. Did they already decide on what they're going to do to make the mode better?
I just read this line in a children's book. Friendship takes sacrifice. Only through sacrifice can friendships be made. I agree. And the same principle applies in other areas of life, too. It definitely applies to healthcare. If you want to get healthy, there are things that you just have to sacrifice.
That's good perspective, huh?
I don't believe anyone enjoys taking up arms and going to war, unless they're seeking to fulfill some other desire. Whenever the sound of clashing blades fades into the distance, I appreciate the silence that follows all the more.
This is Scott. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Too quiet for you? Then I'll play a tune on the leaf, so you can be surrounded with the sound of nature.
Huh? This is supposed to be out of print. I've been looking for this for ages. I can't believe it. I wonder what else there is around here that I've been missing. I mean, the scrolls of destiny that anchored this realm in time and space make for a rather interesting read. Oz, lend me thy beak and lift the veil of darkness.
By the power of my Ode de Verurtelang, the tears and suffering described herein shall be etched in my memory. And so shall I bestow upon them my blessing.
Just lying. Just lying. $15 selectable characters. Oh, I need 3 more. On top of Cerberus and so Jean, Zhao, and Electro Traveler. Yeah, Jean, Zhao, Electro Traveler. I guess that's what I'm doing. I want to do more than that, I guess. I don't care. I really don't care, honestly. Like, Electro Traveler, like, come on. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Like, just give me the stupid Primo gems, okay? Like, Animal Traveler? Oh, that works too. So what is this? 180, and then 180 plus 300 is 480 gems, which is how many pulls? 1, 2, 3. It's 3 pulls. 3 pulls. 80,000. There's a bunch of more. A bunch of resin too. And how much time do we have on this? 23 days. Okay. Well. I guess it's not that big of a deal. I mean, how long will it take me to get enough thingies for Zhao? Let's see. I have 86, and a 344, which means that on top of raising Jean, I'm going to need 54 more purple experience books, which would be how 180 resin, but because it is Leyline Overflow this week, thank God, that is about 60, 40, 120 resin. 120 resin. So then plus another 60. So basically that is about 100 more resin. Yes. I should be able to get 100 more resin. That sounds good. Which is about less than a day. So Zhao should be done, and then Jean, and then that's it. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's not too bad then. It sucks because on top of this, I still need to get fucking purple books for Yelan, so great!
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
That's what I'm trying to ask Hoyo, sweetie. That's what I'm trying to ask them, but apparently not. Apparently not. Whatever. Whatever, man. At the rate that I'm going,
This realm is
it's going to take me 28.8 days to get Yelan all the materials that she needs, but thankfully next week we are getting a new battle pass, and that should expedite that process so much. World quests. Farina, what do you have to say about that?
else more interesting to do?
I mean, I don't know, man. She said it, not me. Okay. $60 resin later on for Lilian overflow. Yeah, okay. I should do the island one though. The island, the bird island. Yeah, I should get that one out of the way. You're right.
Shower me with praise! Oz, reveal thyself! Let the world collide! Yoo-hoo! Midnight Phantasma... Don't let it steal away!
Time to testify.
Three, thank God. Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay, so all we need is 33 more. Yeah, okay. So all we need is 33 more of these. 5 million and why 5,100,000 Mora for Yelan with 419 purple books. Six purple blue crystals. Let's see, we're gonna need 75 golden prosperity books, 25 silver prosperity books, and 5 brown prosperity books with 5 Ajdaha scales for Yelan. Oh, with another 53 star conches. Get to work. Can't wait. Oh, can't wait. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Now that I think about it. How's about exploring all of Fontaine and then maxing out the fountain? Not a bad idea. I wouldn't mind doing that. I guess there's still a bunch of world quests I still have to do here. I wouldn't hate that.
Into the shadows.
What do we got here? I've got nothing. Great. No sigils, no money, nothing. Yeah, it's Yelan. That's... Well, it's Yelan, but it's also making sure that I get my Imaginarium Theater team set up. But I guess if you think about it, if Imaginarium Theater it ends in 26 days or 23 days, and then Yelan should come out in about how many weeks? 14. How long do banners last? How long do banners last? 3 weeks or 2 weeks? 3. Okay. Well, 3 weeks. Then that means I probably should work on getting my Imaginarium characters up. Yeah, because then that will allow the new event and the new battle pass to kind of carry on over and give you more materials. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. It doesn't feel like it's almost been 21 days from Siege Win and Farina at all, but I guess. The only time they did 2 was that Kaching banner. How'd that banner do, by the way? The worst ever. Ooh. Oh no.
Strike a pose! Time to shine! By royal decree... Stay put!
Move it.
Hello? Oh, that's what's going on. It's like, what is going on with my FPS? That's why. Condense oh. Well, to be honest, yes, but condensed resin. 8 and 13. Okay. I never lost any 50-50. Wish that were me. Well, I mean, honestly, I've won most of my 50-50s, and the only 50-50s that I've really lost are characters that I actually like. As soon as I get... Well, okay, I wouldn't hate getting Diluc, but... Yeah, maybe I would. Hello.
Reveal. Don't be scared! Shower me with praise! Let the world come alive! Ready, go!
Also, what the heck is going on? What is that? Give me a second. What is... Is it the interactive map? Oh, it's the stupid, it's the perfume thing. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Let me find the next one. I think after this, I'll switch over to ZZZ once I get this resin spent. Hello, did I not?
As you wish, main foiler.
Into the shadows. Hunt them down.
What made you decide to wish for Ellen? So what I want to do is, I wanted more bans, and I thought that wishing for the next banner was going to be the optimal choice. But then I thought about it, and I was like, well, there's going to be more opportunities for Ben to show up later, right? And so to me, I'm thinking maybe what I should do is wish for Ellen. Are you really going to come after me like this?
Let the world collide! Midnight fantastic! Hey, go away! Stay put!
I'm kind of liking the out here. This is actually really good. My thought process was I already have Lycan. Ellen is here. Ellen, Lycan, and Sokaku are very accessible characters. I already have one. And so to me, I'm like, well, if I get up on the right foot and I have like the meta top tier team, I'm not sure how long that top tier team is going to last, but I'm like, okay, if I'm thinking about longevity of the game, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to get one of the best teams in the game, because at the very least it should keep me topped off for a while, which will allow me to do the bin stuff and not feel like I'm throwing. Also, there's Anton, or whatever his name is, who also would synergize with Ben by being a Bella Ball character. So I'm like, well, all things considered, all three characters wouldn't be bad. So I'm like, I could just try it. I mean, why not, right? Speaking of Nabia's theme, let me get that one more time. Where's it at? Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. It is that 4.3 trailer is killing me. It's so good. Sorry, one more time. I need it one more time. it just puts me in such a good mood. It's so good. This trailer is so good. I love that trailer. 4.3 is the best thing that's ever happened. It's so good. Oh my goodness. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh.
Most of them I defeated.
Oh.
By royal decree.
I downloaded ZZZ, but I never loved the vibe. I think that ZZZ, I think the fun part for me is, oh my gosh, I think the fun part for me is how high the ceiling is in terms of damage. And if you utilize all the mechanics properly, right? What are you left with? And how fun is the game at that point? I'm gonna assume that it's going to be fun as fuck once you take everything into account and throw it all together. For like huge damage numbers. But I don't think it's necessarily like a hard game. And thought-provoking outside of that. Kind of somewhat similar to Genshin. But I find, yeah. Is Genshin hard? In the hardest content? Is it hard? And think about Volvo, I appreciate it. Is it hard? And when I say hard, I don't necessarily just mean execution. I mean like in-game content plus the farming, plus the primo gems, plus the raising the character, plus the artifacts, plus the weapon, plus getting the teams. Like, that's what I mean. Not like execution, because there's also that. There's also the execution, but and also knowing the enemy patterns and all the things. Are you actually gonna come for me like this? Excuse me? I love this team.
Into the shadows.
I guess that's the hard part. Is like the time horizon for Genshin to clear the hardest stuff, or yeah, to clear the most difficult stuff is quite a long time. I feel like I don't know. No one's really. You know what I haven't seen from anybody is anyone really talk about like how much that time frame is, especially like as a new player. People kind of feel like a lot of the time that things aren't really that difficult anymore because they have the new lead and they have their teams that have already been built and it's been like a long time or whatever, right? But what I'm curious about is that like if you started from zero, how long would it take to get to a 36 starring Abyss point in your account? Like how much time on average would that take? I am very curious about that. I think the hard part may be just being able to make that happen sooner than it otherwise would, you know? But I think, but that's the thing though. I like what I like about the game is that like you don't like I forgot who keeps saying it, that Abyss is only like a small subsection of the game, like 5% of the game. I think the music, the Archon quests, some of the story quests, some of the events, some of that keeps me around. The exploration, I feel like I need a map for, and that's what would make it more fun for me is actually having a map for it. But I think everything else around it is kind of like a good placeholder. But I do admit that like wanting to, man, I really wish I got those good artifacts, or man, I really wish I had this like, I don't know, more meta team or something. It is quite enticing. Hello.
Don't be scared.
In a year? Okay.
Into the shadows.
God, for free to play? Ew. Oof. Sounds rough. Okay, so what am I missing? Let me check here. So that's 130. So 43. So now I have 130 of these and 410 of these, which means that Zhao. Oh, I can do Imaginarium Theater now if I really wanted to. In fact, maybe I'll do that. And just, yeah, you know what? Let me do that, actually. So I can, like, just get that out of the way and not have to worry about it. And then I can just work on Yelan. Okay, yeah, let me do that. Let's do that. That sounds good to me. I am looking forward to Natlin, but given what we saw, and given the fact that I'm still new, right? Like, I'll be playing it when it comes out or a little bit afterwards, you know? But I still feel like this city. Are you guys sick of this city? I'm not. I love it here. I still don't want to go. Like, I still feel like there's so much of this city that I haven't even seen yet. I'll let everyone else go to Natlin. I'll, you know what? Like, I didn't know this bush was here. What? If we played hide and seek, you'd never find me. You'd never ever find me. Honestly, no, not even that. Not even that. Furthermore, you really wouldn't even find me. Hello? You won't find either of us here. I just got to the city. Yeah, I mean, you know. My main enjoyment from Genshin comes from the lore, music, characters, environmental design, and character building. Power scaling payoffs, so I'm not ever really concerned about in-game. That's probably a good way to think about it too. I just wouldn't want things to be trivially easy. There's a content creator that I sometimes watch, Juice, that made a video that was talking about C6 Farina and her best teams. And I was sitting there and I was just like... I don't know. Anyway. Is it also easy at that point? Is it a little easy at that point? I mean, it's fine. I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be hard. It's a little easy. It's okay. It's fine. Let's see. What I was gonna do? Look at Zhao. Look at Jean. Jean and Zhao. So I'm gonna need two purple animal crystals. Okay, cool. Animal. Okay. Cool. I'm using Crimson Artifact right now for excuse for Natlin. Oh, okay. Definitely don't need these Geo ones. I definitely do not need any more of these, please. No more Electro. I'm so sick of Electro. I'm done. Actually, I'm going to need a lot of these. I'm going to need 5. In your opinion, most aesthetically pleasurable region? Oh, it's just Fontaine for me. It's... Sumeru Rainforest, Fontaine, city outskirts, and city. Liyue, I really, really like the top parts of its mountains. And I like its main city as well. And then Mondstadt is just, you know. I might move to Fontaine now, But Mondstadt, I'll always have a special place for the inner city of Mondstadt. Like it's just nice. Inazuma, no, but yeah. Do I need any more of these? There's no more Electro characters I'm gonna be using for a while, right? It's just Lisa. Lisa's the only one. Let's see. No. Already leveled. No. Beto would be the other one. Okay. Because I think Beto's in the shop in August, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think she is. Fuck. Okay. Well, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Inka's nice. I do like Inka. Inka's very quiet. I like that. I don't think Beto is worth using pre-C2. Oh, okay. Is there a reason why? The hell are these from? What? Do I need Geo? Noelle? And that's about it. But I'm not using Noelle for a while, so nope. Oh, okay, then I can just wait. No worries. Okay. So I'm gonna need 3 Animo Crystal. Yeah, okay, so that is 5. 1 TV per 5. Okay. That makes things easier on me. Okay, so that is 5. Go here. Is 100% crit rate and crit damage good? I think that is a little too much crit rate. And if you can invest a little bit more into crit damage, that'd be nice. But it's acceptable, I think. I mean, I personally don't totally value crit damage as the most important stat. I think it's much more important to have the right energy recharge you need. And then making sure your crit rate is somewhere around 60 to about 85, maybe. And then investing the rest into crit damage or even EM, if you proc reactions. So I think 100 is a little high, but maybe not the end of the world if you're using something like Marchusei. It might be okay. But yeah. I'm new here and I just followed you. You're a nice person? Thank you! Thank you. Listen, if anyone in chat says I'm not nice, don't listen to them, okay? They're lying. They're trying to sabotage. Don't listen to them. I'm using Clorinde. So, fun thing about Clorinde is she is Ooh, hello? Oh, thought I heard something. Anyway, she is exceedingly easy to overcap on crit. So let me see if I can find some enemies. She is really easy to overcap on crit. And what I noticed was when I pick let's see, I'll use, okay, yeah, well, I guess I'll just use this one. Yeah, sure. When I use Farina,
I have high hopes for this journey.
And Bennett, where you at, sweetie? Here you are.
I won't hold you back.
Much. Switch this. Switch this. Switch this. It's fine. And then switch to this. Oh, oops. Where are the enemies? Whoa! In this peaceful countryside? Oh, there's, oh. It's not gonna be peaceful in a second. Oh my god. Hello.
Strike a pose. Let the world go.
So with Clorinde, you have to be super duper careful because she has so many sources of crit. It's kind of nasty. So I believe she has crit ascension, meaning she gets 19.4% from that. And then she gets another 5% on top of that for 24%. And then with her ascension passive, I think it's A1, she gets up to 20%. So that's 44.1%. So in her basic normal gameplay loop, she gets 44.1% crit rate, which is already great. So you don't really need that much. And if you run her with MH, she'll get 36. So 36 plus 44 is 80, right? And so you can only get like what? 20% in crit substats. It's really difficult to not overcap on crit on her sometimes, I think. But that's really nice because that just means that you can focus more into EM and attack percent and crit damage, and it's perfectly fine. But isn't that clean? Doesn't that look nice? Like, I love that. A very nice 100%. Have you heard the theme that plays in the small Fontaine Institute building? I have not. We need to do that sometimes. We need to explore Fontaine at some point. Now that I think about it, yeah, and pick up all the oculi and stuff too. Yeah, I definitely need to do that next. Grab that. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna raise Zhao and Jean and try Imaginary Theater out. And then after that, I was gonna go to ZZZ, get Ellen or someone, and go from there. Yeah, let's go here. Okay, so I've got 6 of these. I'm gonna need 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1 more. Pyro? Geo. Okay. And I believe that's it. Unless... $94. Okay. Alright. Jade! Let the wind lead.
Although we have peace, we must not become complacent. As the acting Grand Master, I must remain vigilant.
Oh, nice. Oh boy. Hello, Zhao.
New power. All it will be used for is death.
Well, that's kind of a lot. 900? I guess. I got my first gold artifact. 10% crit rate and 30% crit damage. Is it okay? That's fantastic.
The limit to one's power is self-destruction. Answer me. Why do you persist?
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. You're so sweet. Oh, God. I'm poor. Oh, I'm so poor. Oh, my God. What is going on? This is horrible. Oh, I can't do this anymore. Imaginarium Theater is the worst thing that's ever happened to the game. I can't do this. I have nothing. I'm so bored. How much purple do I have? Hang on. I might just do it, like legit, especially considering that I'm gonna be wishing for Yelan on top of this. You know what? You know what? Are you insane? I'm gonna, what? What? Don't do it. Okay, fine, I'll wait. But what about the Mora? $300's not bad. Okay. Lumine, I've got great news.
Just what will we come across this time?
The worst shit in the game. Goodbye. Oh, not that. I mean. Oh boy. This is so sad. Don't make fun of me, okay? Lightning slash. Ooh, it looks like I just got a constellation. Oh, 4 of them? Oh, it's time. Get the rest from the shop. Oh. You sure? Is it that serious? Emblem with a separate fates. Well, about that. Wait, these are just Xingqiu stuff, right? Yeah, it's just Xingqiu stuff. Wait, give me this. Don't talk about it. With what weapon? Harbinger of Dawn. You know, sure. Why not? Yeah. Sure, yeah. Lightning slash! Alright, Imaginarium Theater, here we come! Woo! Wait, hold on, I gotta make sure my Zhao's ready. Hold on, give me a second. Yep, I'm ready to go. Oh, that's more I'm wasting, actually. Never mind. Worthless. My goblet per core end is 46 electro damage and 14 crit damage. Is that good? Yeah, I think it's great. Yeah. Oh boy, it's time. What am I doing? Supporting cast. Oh boy. Yo-Yoshi's Siege Wind. Obby's. Y'all got constellations? C6 Fischl, C6 Gaming, Baiju, C6 Gaming, C2 Kazuha. Let's see, C6 Bennett, C5 Gene, C2 Risley, C6 Raiden, I'll take it. C6 Venti, I'll take it. No, you shall perish. C1? Wait, Siege went C1? No, you didn't. Did you really? Oh, I'm so jealous. Ah! I can't look? Wait, what? Does C6 Venti do anything? No. Oh, okay. So what do you want me to do? Oh, I'm picking my characters? Oh. So 1, 2. Okay. Gaming, let's see. Lisa Bennett. Do I need all of them? Help. So what the heck was... This cannot be worth having. This cannot be worth having more than Electro Traveler, right? No way. Wait, these artifacts? Hold on, wait, hold on. Is this an answer from this world? Yeah, it sure is. I might be able to piece something together. Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me think about this. Where's Maruchusei Hunter? Wait, watch this, watch this, watch this. Hang on. Right, okay, wait. Right. Okay, wait, yeah, okay, hold on, wait. Right, okay. Okay, well, maybe get a little, crit damage. Okay, wait, hold on, wait, okay, wait. Let's get some animal damage bonus. Here we go, let's see it. Crit rate, crit damage, attack percent. Well, I mean, I guess, like, well, there we go. It's easy. Anyway. I'm kind of limited on weapon options here, but he's pretty strong right now, actually. 1,000 attack is really good. How much crit? 41 plus 36% is 77% crit. Okay. Disappear. Yeah, like, okay. This dumb song. Where's Shane? Go as one! Bet. Okay, it's time. All right, here we go. Here we go. Yep, here's my cast. Let's play. Aren't they level 1 talents? Okay, wait. Trickle swirl 15 times. Okay. Yeah, Lumi, me too. Trickle swirl 15 times. Okay. Wanderer, Toma, Faruzan, Kuki. Truth repeats its course.
I'll settle this.
I got you covered. Squall and Fury. Cry louder.
Stand with me. We'll see about that. Truth repeats its course.
Behold.
Dissipate. Too late for regrets.
Here's backup.
Out of my way. You dare to mess with me?
The wind rises. Know your place.
Too late for regrets.
That's far enough.
Wait, oh my god, I don't have enough time.
Check this out. Squall and Fury.
Fuck. Shit. You don't need the stars? Wait, what? Wait, why not? Wait, what do they do?
I got you covered. Don't get too close.
Our bond is strong. Lightning, miracle. We'll see about that. Have fun with this gift.
The wind rises. Bow your head.
regrets.
Unsightly insects. Fire it up.
Have fun with this gift. Our bond is strong. I'll settle this.
Hello? Hello, can I get some energy? Hello? Okay, I know I don't need them like you just said, but I'm actually kind of mad that Tomo was just sitting with one energy while Kuki's Electro's skill thingy wasn't giving me any energy. Like, where's my energy? What? Okay, we'll try that again.
Don't get too close.
Why don't you use Arlecchino? Because I want to save it until later, because even though it probably would be good actually. I'm gonna save Arlecchino for harder stuff.
Here's backup. Check this out.
We'll see about that. Lightning terrified.
Squall and Fury.
Hello? Huh?
Cry louder.
Okay.
Don't get too close.
Too late for regrets. Get with me.
I got you covered. The wind rises. Fire it up.
Dare to mess with me? Have fun with this.
Squall and Fury. You're dead. Wretched vermin.
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this.
Check this out. Supporting fire.
Hello? Oh my... I grieved. Oh, it's fine. I'll just leave it. What do the stars even do then? So what's the point of the stars? I already got Cookie. I already talked to you. Do you have anything new to say? You're gonna be nice to me for once?
You call crushing ants a challenge? The novelty of these little scuffles quickly wore off for me.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just tedious. It amazes me that some people enjoy it so much. Keep up if you want my help. I don't want to be stuck here all day.
You youngsters need to make sure you're getting enough exercise. You don't want to be huffing and puffing while your elders are still going strong. What? This is a walk in the park compared to the field studies that Haravatat used to send us out on. Never mind. No point in dredging up the past. Go on, then. I suppose you ought to rest if you really are tired. I've seen too many junior scholars ruin their health for the sake of their academic pursuits. Let that be a cautionary tale. Those who fail to heed the advice of their elders do so at their own peril.
We need to see him use that character a lot more. She's so cool.
I do hope I'll get to read a story about a rebellious princess. You know, the type who sheds her long, cumbersome skirts and learns equestrianism, swordplay, perhaps even medicine. She'll live freely, take to the field to defeat evil personally, and defend the people and nation by her own hand. You know what? I might just write that story myself.
I love these characters. They're so good. You know what Genshin will never get wrong? These characters, I'm telling you. Like, If there's one thing they'll always get right, it's the characters. Bond of life, huh? What? Receives damage. Max HP. Oh my god. Okay.
All right, let's head off.
Swirl again. Except this time I have Kuki. I got Raiden. I got Arlecchino. And what's the other one? Defeat opponents using charged attacks? Okay. Well, I knew somebody who uses charged attacks. How many rounds are there?
It's my lucky day.
Years of the storm. Dissipate. Lightning. Terrified.
Don't get too close. I got you covered. The wind rises.
Who pooped on me? Ew!
Unsightly insects.
Oh.
There's more.
Too late for regrets. Have fun with this gift.
Fire it up.
Deal with me.
Squall and fury.
What am I gonna? Oh.
Dare to mess with me? Dissipate. I'll settle this.
Here's backup.
Years of the storm. Too late for regret.
The wind rises. Cry louder.
Dare to mess with me?
Oh. Get away with me. Okay, so what does that mean? I got Gobbing with no Shenyun. Select a random companion. Sure. Chevres or... I mean, you know.
My contraptions are calibrated. We may now depart.
Cinematic Showdown. Defeat the exhausted Jade Terrashroom after its activated state. So that means I need somebody... I need to aggravate it, which means I guess Raiden can just do that. But now I got a bunch of useful characters. No! I mean, I guess I can leave Raiden last. Clorind. Oh, this sucks. Oh, fuck. Okay, well.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Skyward! Stray clouds converge!
Where evil lives. Shoot on sight. Into the shadows.
I mean, I know, don't laugh at me, but like...
Ready. Clouds high. birds.
Where's my food videos? You missed them.
Moving.
Oh, that's annoying. Okay, let's try it again.
One with wind and cloud.
Seize the skies. Ready. Loaded.
Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Hunt them down.
Nice. Okay, good. All right, no more of that. Okay. Boring. Wait, Mom. Hello.
When storytellers tell tales pertaining to oneself, they often resort to slapdash stitchwork derived from decrepit documents, garnished with a glut of aggrandizement. Entertaining, to be sure, but do not believe everything you hear. Of course, if you wish to hear the truth, you need only ask me. In fact, one is suddenly reminded of an old tale. It begins with a gathering of the Adepti at Dreyun Karst.
Oh, boring. 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 What do you have to talk about?
I think I'll read a little before the next battle begins. Please refrain from recommending something like a newspaper. I recognize that short-form articles may be a fitting choice, considering the limited amount of time at our disposal, but they're simply not to my taste.
So when I tell Charlotte and she okay. Yeah, okay. Hello.
The enemies we face are of a lowly breed. Deal with them however you see fit. But do not get complacent. You should expect to fend for yourself, as I am not in the habit of coming to other people's rescue. If you do encounter a foe for whom you are no match, simply make yourself scarce, and I shall deal with it in due course.
Hello, Whoopi. Okay. Squat defense, squat defense, squat defense. So what do we think? Gaming, Shenyun. Jean. Arlecchino? Or, you know what I mean? You know what I could do? Something like... something like this.
My hammer.
Overrule.
Clouds high. The birds.
Make way for the adept.
Mighty mythical beast.
What?
Scatter! Skyward! Stray clouds converge! Rivet!
Oh my god.
Congratulations! I gotta run.
Whoa, I wasn't even noticing.
Laid bare.
Oh my god. Oh, it's because he's fucking a bit. Fucking, it's the agents. I'm like, what is doing so much damage to me? That makes much more sense. Okay. Like, who is killing me? Can you guys leave it alone, please? Okay, you know what? That's enough.
Into the wind. The clouds hide. The birds call.
What do you mean? Okay. Oh no, I got official. GG's. Arlecchino, Gaming. Have you learned to read yet?
This place is no joke, man. Those are some hardcore fighters out there. But I know you got this. Sure, they might get a lucky shot in here or there, but it's only ever a matter of time before you're wiping the floor with them. Well, hey, how about you go easy on them next round? It'll give me a chance to use my kung fu on him.
That VA is just so good. He's too good. He's too good. I love him. Elite Assault. Okay.
I'll keep an eye on you.
Wait, is this the last one? Oh, I didn't look. Wait, which one is this one? Wait, is this Act 5? Okay, and how many acts are there? 7? 8, okay.
As you wish, for life.
Barbados, guide it. You're in for a little shock. Surrender and allegiance into the shadows.
Time to testify.
Come a little closer.
Ha! Wings of darkness!
I swear by my sword. You're in for a little shock. Let's spark it. Ready.
Hunt them down.
Let me try.
You're in for a little shock. Blitz. Try not to injure.
Shadow Raven!
Wind, hear me. Loaded.
Oh my god.
Time to testify.
By royal decree, I summon.
Let's spark things.
Barbados, guide us. Ready. Shoot on sight.
Don't be such a brute. Come a little closer. Surrender and I'll be gentle.
Before me.
Midnight Phantasma.
You're in for a little.
Into the shadows. Enough.
Okay, I high-key didn't know there was more. Oops. Bennett! GG's. Wait a minute. Okay, it's over. Bennett! Hi, Jean. Do you have anything interesting to say for once?
I wonder if that novel I read once is available to borrow here. Not that I was especially fond of it. I just didn't finish reading it, so I've always wondered what happens after where I left off. I really hope it has a happy ending.
Oh boy.
I rarely encounter opportunities to rest mid-journey. During battle, slowing down is even more out of the question. However, given that this is not a solo operation, I will go along with what you think is best. In any case, this is an acceptable place for a brief period of respite.
It's pretty good. I agree. The hats everywhere, the couches, like, I'm down. I don't hate it here. Did you say anything new this time?
Those who lurk within this place are but lowly pawns, the last remnants of the usurper's army. By the time the Prinzessin of Ertelung stands before them, my bolts of downfall will have long since severed their ties with the forces of fate. My subjects will surely sing their songs of praise. But to the Prinzessin, this is but one more triumph to add to the annals.
Climactic showdown. I gain elemental damage bonus after triggering overload. Sure. Random companion? Sure.
There's still a long road ahead.
Okay. How many shitty characters do I have here? Tor to oblivion!
Illusion shattered. Take this! Thunderclap!
Come a little closer. Try not to.
I swear by my sword. Shine down.
Oh, I did that wrong.
Torn to oblivion.
Well, let me start over. I did it wrong. Oops. It is over, Sati Turtle.
Lightning flash! Take this!
What? Oh. What happened to my energy?
Wind, hear me. Forest flash! Now you shall perish! Remove all obstacles. There is no escape.
What did she do? I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, they should be getting one shot. What am I doing wrong? No, save me. You gotta help me. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what they do. Wait. Why is she killing everything? Oops. Charge attacking. Okay, cool.
Lightning flash! Thunderclap!
Let's spark things up a little. Come a little.
I swear by my sword. Illusion
Oops, I did it wrong. Oh no, I did it wrong. Oh, I did it again. Frick. Okay, so you wanna skill first, use everybody else's bursts, and then come back and then burst with her, right?
Shine down. Lightning flash!
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Forest flash!
Barbados, guide us.
Now you shall perish.
Okay.
Illusion shattered. Take this! Bellowing thunder!
Entering the week.
I swear by my sword. Torn to oblivion.
Oh my god.
Shine down. Thunderclap. Lightning flash.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Go and splash. I have failed.
Melt? Okay, about to say. Okay. Where'd Clarin go? Oh my god. Where? Whose butt cheeks are these? Oh, that's a booty hole. What is going on? What is going on? Eula? Holy. Okay. So fast. Risley? Wait, hold on, wait. Oh, hang on.
Everybody stand back. Odds reveal thyself.
Oh, what did I do that? Oops.
Up to it, Montai. Alley-oop.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is strength.
Oops.
Take this. Shadow Raven. Let Night Thunderclap.
Mighty mythical beast. Congratulations.
I'm going in. Lightning Flash. Take this.
Up to it, Montai.
Nice. Okay, so now, is this the last one? Okay, where is Miss Boring? Is she not here? Oh.
These monsters are stronger all the time. Probably because I'm on the team, I bet. But the good news is, as the leader of Benny's adventure team, I've learned a lot about how to draw monsters' attention. I'll lure them out, and once they charge at me, you guys wait for the right moment to take them all down.
If Bennett was from Natlin, looking like this, shouldn't we have already inferred what Natlin characters look like? Sorry. Should we have known since the game came out what was gonna happen? Wait, Act 8? This is the last time. This is the last one, right? Yeah, okay.
Armed and ready.
Oh my fucking god, please, anything but this. Oh. Wait, actually, wait, this isn't too bad of a team. Wait, hold on, wait. Good chain.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Don't blink. Cut to the chase. Justice will prevail. Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shot. Everybody stand back. Drop your weapons. You asked for it. Incoming with sword from shadow. Now you shall perish.
Okay, she kind of ate that. Okay, Raiden ate that one little thing. Okay, Raiden kind of ate that one thing. Okay, Raiden kind of. Okay, she kind of ate that one little thing. Okay. Wait. Juna, thank you so much. Thank you. Inazuma shine eternal. Now you shall perish. Get off my screen. Superstar, best actress, highest damage. Raiden Shoka. Get off my screen. Superstar out, sold out. Okay. Most damage taken. Okay, wait. Nice job, Gami. Yes, 17. Team that completed the performance the fastest. I'll see you in 30 days, right? This is so unserious. What the fuck is this? This is so unserious. Thanks to your efforts, the performance was so superb. The audience looking forward to your next one. In 30 days? Oh. Do you honestly think you'd... Do you... Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Claim rewards. $180. Okay. All right. Okay. I am so unbelievably happy that I don't have to do this anymore. I am so happy about it. Do you have any idea how happy I am that I don't have to do this anymore? Like, do you know how much joy it brings me to not do that? Like, oh my goodness. I'm sorry, like, it's not that it's terrible, but like it's not that it's terrible or anything, but as somebody who didn't have like a lot of characters built. I am so happy to not see that.